Hello, hello, hello. Good times, eh? I fucked up my webcam ever so slightly, don't worry about it. Hello. Guess who made it out of the forest? It is us. We are no longer in the forest. The forest is behind us, even though we are in the forest right now. What the fuck did I do with my webcam? We are also not in the forest. I've moved it too far. We are almost out of the forest because I did this off stream. It's true. No, it's so true. No, so true. Hi, Janelle. Hello. And hello, Landar as well. And hello, Branson. Hello, other cutie. Alarm went off this morning? Yeah, it did, unfortunately. I did not sleep, so it wouldn't really have mattered. I straight up did. My brain overcompensated. They said, oh, you overslept? I can fix that by undersleeping. And so I did. Saber! Hello, welcome back. Thanks, Basils, for 22 months. Don't thank him. He doesn't deserve that. Kick him in the shins. That's what he deserves. Hi, Steak. Hi, Riv. Hi, Gracie. Hi, Saltwater. Hi, Robertson. Hello, hello. Got time zone. And welcome back, Saber. I hope your day's going well. I also had less sleep. Maybe it was just one of those days. I mean, yesterday was a Monday, so it checks out. It checks out. You're so bloody hot, mate. I don't know why it's so hot in this room. And they came in yesterday, just like, Jesus Christ, why is it so hot in this room? And I was like, I don't know, dude. Yeah, it's gonna be 24 degrees again. I don't know what happened to our weather. Tomorrow's 26, and then Thursday's 26 again. It's just a little bit of wee, a little bit of woo, you know what I'm saying? I think the gods on PC again. Oh, damn, I could not do it what you do on a mobile phone. Ugh, that's too much. How are my favorite internet strangers? Your favorite internet strangers? Damn, honors. Okay, so here's a funny thing. My map was actually great. I actually made a really good map. My map worked, functioned perfectly. The problem was that I just didn't see one of the exits. That's it. There was you could go, whenever you dropped over to the two zombies in the chest, like the jumping thing over the river, you could go left. That's it. That's it. That's all. That's the only thing I missed. And if I just seen that, I would have made it here last time pretty easily. I just didn't see it. That's some bullshit. It's because, okay, normally on a map, they give you little X's to tell you if there's like an exit or an entrance. And they even color code it to tell you if you're going to a new area or something. They do not do that here. The Fae do not have exits. They only have like vague indications of exits. But it's okay. I am now using save states. And there should be something behind this because I tabbed out of the game entirely because I think a cutscene started playing. So this must be where we are supposed to actually go. Yeah, but Lander, I'd been in the room the whole time. What does that say? What does that say? Oh, I forget what weapon I have equipped. Do I have Tyndall in my hands? I hope I have Tyndall in my hands. Yeah, now loading a cutscene. This is madness, you'll die! Wait, oh wait, how did he make it here before me? Probably because he actually saw the exit. Now loading this guy dying. I too can summon. It is not your sacred right. But we don't like this guy, I think. Well, that actually I'm not so sure. Irulke Salma Lons... Okay, yeah, I can't read it that fast. And I say you'll die! Night of shadow from ancient slumber, the bloody glyph carved in flesh. Now loading blood carved in flesh, and he's dead. Impos! And he's dead. Well, he did say... He said you were gonna die. Maybe you should listen. Very possible. The weak cannot reign in the dark. There are limits to all things. You've reached yours. The dark is hungry. It has fed. Look at his little clawsies. Speaking ill of the dead. Are we, Sydney? Oh, it's you. You're not. Okay. Night of Shadow, and he's doing the thing again. Take my body. Okay. Oh, it will, I think. Now loading large sword. This feeling, the power, it swells and flows through me. Now, in my brother's name, you die. Wait, but are you not... I thought you said... Wait, huh? Are you my friend now? Are we, Oh, you are! Why are you helping me? I am concerned. Perfect! That doesn't really do anything for me. I'm wearing... What am I wearing? Oh, you're also buffing. Okay, I should probably kill the little man first. Presumably. I don't know what I'm wearing anymore. What am I wearing? Oh shit, that's not what I meant to do. What am I wearing? I think I'm wearing Tyndall. Yeah, I am. Okay. That's good. That's my human killing... oh, come here. My human killing thing. Wait, why would I want to attack you? I want to attack this guy. Oh, and I can't. I am really bad at that, apparently. I could degenerate him first. I gotta figure out how the hell that works. Piercing air and human. Am I not piercing? Is that why? I should hit the 69 parts because it's funnier. And also, so he can block me less, maybe. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Hi, Sasa. Hello. If that was Sephiroth, we'd be loading the sword for hours. I know. But he'd also be falling from the sky, so... I mean, bye. Hello. You're the biddies. The good, the bad, the ugly. Good. The Tonight Show taped in Detroit this weekend. I got to go and Blurry Bee was on TV for a second. Nice. Final Fantasy X did end at 99% because I decided to not deal with the final floor of You Know here. Oh no. Okay, fair. I mean, fair enough, but you could technically cheese that. Technically. But I get it. I understand. Did not get the job, but at least I get to fight with honor tonight. No, Gulo, I'm so sorry. That's their loss, to be fair. That's their loss. Also, I love that emote, Sasso. Newbie, hello, good morning. Were you up very late yesterday because you were still doing stuff with Huey as well? You are a killer, but I love that you are. Don't worry. I forget what I have equipped in terms of spells. I hope it's good. Who knows? I have to check. Wait. I have to check. I actually don't know. I know that I changed my equips a little bit. What did I have on? Okay, still heavy shot. Oh, gain magic. Okay. We still have the raging ache, but he hasn't punched me. I need him to punch me first. I need him to punch me like yesterday. Technically I could use maybe my... should I sorcerer? I should probably analyze him, actually. Yeah, I'll analyze you, actually. Oh, 0% chance. Never mind. I could analyze the Dark Crusader. Yeah, sure. I don't know why this one has 0%, but that's okay. Tell me more about this man. Maybe he'll be really easy to kill. Oh, you're... Okay, yeah, I figured you would. Woke up so early? At least you slept, buddy. At least you slept. It's okay, we're all going to bed really early tonight. No one be sleeping last night. Damn. I did cheese floor 80 with a solo Una Berserker. Couldn't find a stretch for 100. What are you playing on PlayStation? You are, right? Not on Steam? Like, is it the updated version? Where you have like speed up and stuff? What was I gonna look at? Oh yes, I was gonna look at his status. Fucking man, I did not sleep at all. Oh, why do I not have any MP? Wait, should I have done that first? Probably I should have. Okay, his left arm is already on good now. So that's something. He's unfortunately excellent still. He doesn't have that much health. It could so be worse. But I feel like I should go... I don't know. I feel like I should go for him first. He has hell of... Oh my goodness. Okay. None of them are really weak to anything, turns out. And I need blunt for you. I see. He really was. No, it's true. What about... There is not sufficient disk space to continue recording. Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna have to download this one from Twitch. Is my piece... Oh my god, I did too much recording. Now rain coming in and then there not being disk space anymore. Unfortunate. It's because of Final Fantasy 12. Rain! Welcome back. Thank you so much for the resub. Hello! I broke it. It's okay. I will make that sacrifice if I get to have you around. HD version? The gunner catnip thing is not a thing in that version? No, but do you have like, I know they fixed that, but do you have the same like... Oh shit, my teeth. Do you have the speed upgrade like buttons like you have on Steam, where you can like speed up the game and stuff? Or do you not have that on PlayStation? Is that like a Steam version only? My tea is now very strong, but I need it. It's okay. Yeah, I literally did not sleep at all, which is super fucked up. No, on PS? Okay, then there's a different strategy you can use that is also very cheesy, but that floor sucks either way. Like, no matter what, that floor... I don't know, do you still have the save from being there or not anymore? Did you just like completely leave it? Is that fine? Thanks, Exhaustion! I love Exhaustion. Love a little bit of Exhaustion. Okay, I'm just gonna have to punch a bunch. I did an alternate save if I ever want to go back. Okay. I'll see if I can find you to strat, because there is one that's like, just like... so fucking cheesy. Although I don't know if you have the classes for it. I also went with the cheesy strategy myself, because I could not be fucking bothered. Although, weirdly, it's not even the last thing I need for 100% Gulo, which is something else. Perfect! Thank you. Oh, shit. That's not perfect. Oh. Oops. Okay, calm down! Does that kill me? Oh, no, it's like pretty fucking painful. Calm down. I'm just a little guy. Maybe, maybe my guy will carry. I don't think he will, though. I also leave the T-Vac in deliberately, though. Not for that long. Oh, no, I need another heal. I'm gonna have to get some mana back because of that. Floor 81 with the evading counter solo berserker and Soul Spring was so cool when it worked. You could actually AFK and let it auto battle. It's like the entire scenario, though, is so... Like, some of it can be fun and interesting, but the fact that there's 80 floors of them and you can have such bad RNG ain't the one. Love that badge you're wearing. It fits you so well. So purple, it does. You know what? Like, I unironically kind of colors well with the yellow. Unironically. Oh, I should have taken a... Oh, I should have kept some of my damage, shouldn't I? I should have... I need mana real quick. Don't touch me. Oh, 0? Wow, you shouldn't have. Oh, 2. Okay, we take those. Okay, but you are about to attack. Oh, that one was slow? Ah, shut up. No, it wasn't. I didn't even hurt you. What do you... I didn't even... Okay, you're gonna hurt me, though. A lot. Oh, shit. Does that kill me? I have no idea where... Oh, that's a lot of damage. Oh, yeah, that kills me. Thank fuck for save states. Okay. I gotta do something else there. I don't know what yet, because I don't really have gear that makes sense, I think, at all for any of that. Should I be using blunt? Because, like, Tinmel is my 41. And is also still not really hitting. I feel like I'm, like, not understanding how it works. In terms of, because it's a piercing weapon. And he should be weak to piercing, should he not? But I'm just not hitting. I wonder if Lander would work well on the guy who definitely is the weakest, maybe to blunt? I don't know. I would have to check. I need to make better weapons. I don't know how to. Definitely set it for people that want to grind way more than I did. Yeah, I did do a lot more grinding. That is true, that is true. Loom looks good in everything. That purple really compliments him. I thought you were going to talk about him taking his clothes off, but that's fair enough too. Purple and yellow are complementary colors in the color wheel. So it was always meant to be, is what I was saying. Oh, maybe it's an undead, actually. It might be an undead. Do I have chain techniques that would be more useful here? Probably not. Although, maybe I should open with a weapon ability. And if I open with a weapon ability, I will have already taken some damage. But I don't have that much health. I don't have that much health. I could try to take his mana. I could try to mind assault him. You know what? I will try that. Let's start out with gain magic. I don't know what that ability looks like yet, though. But I think that might be better than, yeah, because I haven't used any yet. 20% of that would be... Yeah, no, I don't think that would be worth it. Still. DP I don't need. 100% damage? Well, that would only happen if I do damage, which I'm clearly not doing. There's probably something that I can do with, like, creating my weapons or something. That would make more sense, but switching weapons is also harder. We could also try to poison him. Should we try to poison him? Maybe I should try to poison. Yeah, no. Let's try to poison him first. Let's try to poison him. Let's try to get good and poison him. Oh, I should maybe actually save the moment that the fight starts. Yeah, I should probably do that so I don't have to look at the... Oh, wait, no, we can skip. Never mind. Hold up. I had it at the top, right? Yeah, I did. Oh. Thank you! Thank you, who is now my friend for some reason. I don't know why. City, I don't know why you're helping me. I don't know, because we are also not friends. I don't know why you are trying to be my friend right now. But fair enough. You're starting with that? Bullshit. I don't know why I always click it like that, but it didn't do as much damage at least this time. Hold up, hold up, hold. I could do a lot of damage with my other ability now, though. Let's just do that. If it hits. Like, that was good damage, though. It's just so risky. It's way too risky. I cannot be doing this too often. I cannot be doing this too often. This one, maybe I'll destroy your leggies? Maybe I'll destroy your head. Please? 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 What the fuck? An 11 chain and 0 hits. Oh my god, I've never been that unlucky, actually. I do kind of need to destroy your head, though. Like, it's what you're casting with. Why is it so hard to hit your face? It's a huge face. I have to heal now, because you're gonna attack me again. I just want to destroy your face. And now I have high risk, so it actually heals for a lot, though. Oh, now it's a 0-0. Wow, no, that'll do it. Yeah, that'll do it. I'm still gonna attack your head anyway. I have faith. I don't know why. And Sydney hasn't attacked at all. Stand there and let me kill you in the game. Yeah, I think I might want to, like, maybe make like a collection of things. Like a collection of like weapons for maybe all situations. I don't know. I feel like I just don't have a grasp on how to make good weapons, because basically every single fight for me has been like 0 damage fights, where it's just like, yeah, you will do 0 damage and you have 0% chance. That's how I've done basically every single fight. There's been maybe one where it's like, oh no, you can do 2 damage. Everything else, no. I've just been like trying to chain as hard as I could. And missing a lot. Okay, later, clearly. Okay, also not there. That's way higher damage than earlier. Yeah, that kills people. That kills people. Okay, let me see. Let me quickly see how much maybe a blunt weapon would do, if it would do more. It would be weird because it's not a human weapon. Like, Tyndall is my human killer. It has the affinity of a killer. This is the affinity of a killer, Bella. I wish I could switch it like that. Alright, so let's see. Let's see blunt weapon. How much would Lander do? Let's see. And you hit? I know. PlayStation 1 game with crafting and weapon damage types? Bet it's gonna be complicated and confusing, literally. Oh, you're not even doing the thing. Why not? I thought you were gonna upgrade your... Oh, okay. We're all doing it now. It's got to be included. Well, you're like my favorite weapon to use because it's easier to learn. Oh, no, also 0. What about on you? Also 0. It's just like nobody can hit anything. I think I just need to make better weapons with combinations or something. Like, Tyndall's attack strength is really high as well. That's why I don't get it. That's why I don't get it, you know? How much would you do on this guy? Sydney? Become useful. For goodness sakes. I don't know why that's too slow. Okay, well, Tyndall does a lot on the guy. Well, not on the guy. On this guy. That's like 38 damage. Let's fucking go. Right on. I said right on is what I said. Oh, fucking hell. Clearly we're going for this guy first. Is what I'm hearing. Okay, wait, don't attack me yet. Oh, no. Oh, okay, that's okay. You can drain my mind. There's not much in there anyway. Very head empty individual. We're going for the abdomen again. If we can hit... Okay, maybe we're not going for the abdomen. Maybe we're going for the chest. Are you gonna do something, Sydney? You look like you are. Jinzee, do better. Stop disappointing Tyndall. That wasn't slow. That's a lie. But now it's on 0% again, so we might as well go for the abdomen. But at least we're doing like damage now. Yeah, 30 damage. We take those. We take those. And I'm also like vaguely hurt, so that would be helpful. But he's over it, I think. Can you not be over it? My chains are really good. That does not help me right now, though. Look at my chains, though. Look at my chains. Let's see if we can lurk. I could remove my risk. I could do that. And then I would actually hit something. Now I'll have to use an item. Let's... Oh, I can't heal. Of course not. Well, and this won't hit anything now. Oh, this is going to kill me, isn't it? Can we at least learn the timing of this? Ah, okay, that kills me 100%. But 130 though is pretty good. I don't think I even have the damage to like hit that back. Oh, you know what? Let's prep. Because he's gonna do this to me, but I don't want him to. It's a waste of his time. So I'm just not going to. I'm just not going to. And then I'm going to open with a weapon attack. Good idea. I'm so fucking smart. And then we'll have a little lower health. Hopefully that means we can just kill him immediately. No, that was my job. I already did that. Are you faster than my guy now? Are you gonna use it on yourself only? Okay, he might actually do something else than just this, because I haven't seen him cast anything. Oh, you punched Sydney. Yeah, that's fair enough. More of that. Okay, use, oh, that's a piercing type. Okay, I think he's weak to that, potentially. Okay, and then I could also tarnish his weapon. Yeah, that might actually be really useful. If it hits. Please hit. Yes! Now his equip is down, not up. Now it's 41 on his abdomen. Let's try his abdomen. Okay, that's very good. Wait. How are you already missing everything with that low? That's not right. That's not correct. That's not correct. That's all the damage I just did. You bastards. Okay, but at least I'll do a little bit of damage, right? If I hit. Well, now that's 0 because I missed the first time. Let's miss anyway then. Wow, 8 damage, Sydney! That's just basically as good as me! I'm pretty sure that if the first one misses, that one attack that I keep using is completely pointless. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. What if you just don't do that? What if you just don't do that? I will die from that. I will absolutely die from that. Because look at how much damage that even hit. I'm pretty sure every time it hits, it just kills me. Okay. That means I might need to defend myself for that. Am I allowed to do that? That would be... What is that? An air attack? Is there even electricity? You got an interview invite for today? Wait, today? As in, like, you have to go today? Is that the last round? Oh, maybe I should just go with affinity, actually. Ooh, I wonder how they feel about air affinity. Okay, let's hope that Sydney doesn't remove this by buffing me. It's all virtual? Okay, okay. Don't be nervous. They'd be lucky to have you. If you even want them. To be fair. Okay. I had him status, but I don't think it really helps me very much. Do not Prostasia me right now. Okay, thank you. Maybe if you're already buffed, he doesn't do anything, which would be very useful. They should at least give you a day's heads up, but I mean, it's a government thing, right? I mean, they're always sus. You're starting with that? Jesus, okay. Could you at least use it on Sydney? Okay, but I think it does help. It's still so much damage, dude. Piercing, air, and evil. Okay, so yeah. He's also evil. Or, sorry, air. I feel like that should not be that many misses. That's how I feel. That's how I feel about that. Hold. Hold. Oh, that was such a good chain. I fucked it. You're healing me now. Oh, that actually does remove the damage that I am doing. So there's that. Maybe don't do that, actually, Sydney. Sydney? Sydney? Well, I guess I'm doing less damage now. That is unfortunate. And I can't hit him as well anymore. I might have to use a risk item. Gave them 4 PM today as an option of when I'd be available. However, they were supposed to ask me my availability last Friday and not yesterday at 2 PM. Wow, that sounds like a really good work environment already, Branson. Yeah, remember when you were saying that you were going for the upper end? Definitely. Definitely with that kind of a behavior. What the hell? Because that's not even close, time-wise. Get him, Tyndall! Get him! Oh, too fast. That was me, though. That was not Tyndall. Tyndall would never fail me like that. Oh, shit. I should have... Oh, wait. No, I did heal. Well, I didn't, but, you know. Oh, damn. Oh, wait. That still kills me, doesn't it? Oh, my God! I think he's going for Sydney, so am I gonna chance it? I think I am. Just because that would do so much damage. Yes! I will be healing now, though, if you don't mind. Angel Wing? Oh, and it's an H! Then I'll fucking deck this, man. Warrior's Weapon. Hagane Greatsword. Oh, big swords! I hope you're really strong. Grimoire de Terreur. Oh! That's what I was actually using, technically speaking. Add a few points of HP. Okay. I will be healing before I do anything else. I will just be spam healing for a minute. If that's a possibility. Thank you. One Angel Wing. Singular. Okay, he didn't take all of my mana yet, so I can actually heal a lot. Because I don't want to die right now. That was good. If Sephiroth did do that, that was very nice of him. Thank you, Sephiroth. Now let's see how good that weapon is. And then this time I don't want that one to get tossed. Because maybe it'll be really good against this guy specifically. It is H, I mean. Oh, it's good against evil. It's not as good against... Oh, maybe if I merge Tyndall with an Angel Wing, I can get an angelic Tyndall. I don't know about this one. But the attack strength, though. The attack strength is actually wild high. I kind of feel like I should use it. We'll see. They said his interview was more to see how well I would get along with the team. Technical part's over. It's freaking vibe check interview. Okay, well, I want to say that's like less high pressure, maybe? Hopefully? Is that not normal Tyndall? Yeah, but now it's also a visual. There's a visual representation, you know? Okay, well that's literally his weapon, right? It looks really good, though. I like how that looks. Oh, my resist air. No, put it back on. Put it back! Oh, not this one. Enchanter? Enchantment! I'm just assuming that it is air damage. But it might not be. I feel like it is, though. Okay, well, there is a damage number on his head. That's something. But we are gonna fight your legs, I think. Well, no, you know what? We're not going to do that. We're going to actually remove some of that risk. Because it's too much. I want to be able to hit this man. I understand the reference. I knew you would. I knew I could trust you. Carson, hello! Yeah, take his feet. Oh, I bet I can intimidate him with that. Oh, well, I just used all of the mana I wanted to use. So I guess that's okay. It's not okay, but I mean, pretend that it is. Let's do his arm anyway. Okay. Okay, that's... if the tree wasn't there... Let me just... Without the tree, it's easier, I think. His legs are easiest to hit. This is manageable. I can learn this. I just have to get used to it. In mid-fight with a very difficult opponent, of course. What about this one? Okay, similar animation. Similar animation, but like a little bit slower. And a little bit less like I'm pulling it out of his body. I still do prefer... Oh? Tyndall. Perfect! Well timed. Okay, if I can get this done, hold on. No, I need him to actually do damage for a minute. I need him to actually do damage because I kind of want to do damage myself. Is that bad? Do you think that's weird? That I would want to do I would want to do some damage myself. So I'm gonna actually wait until he attacks me, maybe. Put my this away, and then my risk will lower also. Oh, I'm not wearing anything now. Oops. Okay, no, it's okay. Heal me, Sydney. Are you Prostasiaing yourself as well? Sydney is fucking useless. Sydney is truly fucking useless. Why is he so bad? Sydney! Be less shite! Dear God. Why is he even here? He's not even taking hits. He's doing his best. Oh, it's not good enough. Do better, Sydney. I'm gonna hit his head. Try to anyway. No, but I got it. Okay, his equip is at least down. Oh my God, why do I fuck that? No! No! I should have saved after I killed the guy. I should have saved. I didn't. I trusted myself. Should never have done that. Should never have done that. Okay, but I am gonna punch him in the face. I am going to destroy his head first. I think it makes no sense not to. Prostesia, my buddy. I will have to believe in myself. Because at least it will do more damage. Like, Prostasia doesn't even really do anything here because he's just casting spells. Like this. Nice. Okay, maybe the air affinity doesn't even do anything. But a solid 76 though. Get fucked, buddy. I want to kill this man first. Let's try it with that 37. Let's go, Tyndall. Oh. I said let's go, Tyndall. Is what I said. Son of a bitch, that was 11 of them, dudes! Fine, we'll go for chest. I hope they hit Sydney instead of me next. That's much better. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. I jinxed it. Sorry. Come on. I jinxed it again. I can't keep getting away with this. Is your risk even high, Sydney? That's actually decent. Yeah, that's actually... I don't even hate that. You can Prostasia yourself. You'll be dead before then, right? Right? He's coming in to do the thing that I don't want him to do. I just know it. He's too tall. Oh, he's dead. Okay. See, he's not that hard. He doesn't have that much health. He doesn't have that much health. Okay, I should also probably actually use the elixir of queens. Add a few points of HP. I should also degenerate this man. Just to lower his armor. I will hold 2? Yeah, that'll save me. That'll certainly save me. 100%. Get tarnished, boy. Get Elden Ringed. Okay, useful. Oh, I hope this does not kill me. I did tarnish you. What? What the fuck? Okay, what? What? Why did that do that much I'm fucking gassed at my whole entire fucking flabber, dude. Even if I was full health, that would have killed me. I'm so serious. I'm so serious. Even if I was full health, that would have still killed me. What? Mama, this is bullshit. Bullshit. Okay, I'm going to save. I'm going to have to take that risk. I'm going to save over it after I kill him because otherwise we'll be here forever. Yokels, hello! The time zone. Yeah, Boo is right. Fuck this guy. I did not deserve all that. I want to scan him. I want to scan him to know for sure what he's all about. Yeah, we're just opening with that. Why does he have level 2? I want a level 2 spell. You missed twice. See, that's what we like to see. That is what we like to see. Don't come for me. We're going for the chest because I don't trust the abdomen anymore. Even though it's 42, I don't trust it anymore. Okay, no, I'm gonna miss that one because I need to hit the first one. Thank you. I was like, can I do it in one go? The fuck I can. Oh, that doesn't kill me, right? But it does give me higher damage on him if I don't miss, which I do. I'm just gonna have to rely on the other one. That one. Is he about to kill me? He looks like he is. But I have to get away with it. Okay, we save. Oh, sorry, not save. We heal. Even though if he hits hard enough, it doesn't even matter. He will still kill me. Even if he degenerates, apparently. Look at those numbers. Look at those numbers. That is my entire health pool. I don't know what to do about that. I'll be so fucking for real. Is there like... Let's see. It has to be air, right? It's physical, air, fire, earth, water, light, and dark. It's not any of the other things. I need to just only wear anti-air things. I'm gonna wear leather. We're gonna be a leather daddy. And just to fuck everything else. Oh, that is already the highest. Oh, I think that was a straight upgrade actually before. Okay, this one is a little bit better on that. So I guess we'll use that one. Not by a lot. We take those though. A laddie? Truly. That's -5. Oh my god. Oh, that one I don't have any others for. Do I have like an air necklace? I do! A sylphid ring. Let's see if that's anything. Let's see if this helps me out at all. And then we will still use the anti-air thing as well. Which is Enchanter, I think. I have to stop myself from saying enchantment every time I say Enchanter. Okay, we're gonna save that. We're gonna save this setup. And see if that does anything. Because, like, this should significantly reduce the damage I take, right? There's no way. Because it must be crits or something that he's getting. It must just all be crits. Not Sydney, even though he's a little loser. He is truly such a little loser. Abdomen anyway? Abdomen anyway. But I missed. Sorry, I slow? Exactly, Fanta! Fanta, hello. That one was a good hit and I missed it. Oh. I think I might know actually how that works. Okay, like that is lower, but it's not like low. I think that the left arm that you're supposed to break, I think that's specifically for like their weak point or something. And their weak point is just like whatever you would deal the most damage to, because he seems to specifically block with his left arm there. So if you break the left arm, you could attack the abdomen more easily. Let's break his left arm. Not that it matters. The good attack keeps missing. The one that actually matters, that one keeps missing. That one. No, I still get another one. Oh, now it's... Oh, that's Sydney, sorry. I'm not allowed to hit Sydney at all. Unheard of. But he only has like 300 health. Which sounds like a lot, but it's really not. Oh, if he attacks now, I will die though. I will absolutely die. Oh, I was gonna heal myself. Fair enough. Fair enough. Then I don't have to do that anymore. Well, yeah. Could I survive one? 3, 6, 9. Yeah, probably. Probably I could. Maybe I could. We'll see. Zandy! The equal opportunity killer! Hello, it's nice to meet you. Can you tell me where I am? And what point is the sublings too far? And never is the conclusion I've come to. Sandy, it's crazy. We're coming up to like 100 months. In like 2 weeks or so, we're at 100 months. Which, Zandy, welcome back. Thank you so much for 79 months. Welcome. I hope your day is going well. I hope you slept. No one slept last night. I hope you slept. Oh, no one cares. Been there for 79% of that. It's just a really big number, actually. Emery Hill Hydros for Redford. Oh, no, wait, no. Stop it. When people, celebrities, some stuff happens to them in the real world, don't bring it into stream chats. Simply do not. It is not the place. I'm trying to punch an armor in the face, legs, arms, whichever part I can hit. It is not related. Oh wait, I hit his abdomen! Oh, okay, this might kill me actually. Excellent! Okay, that's still an insane amount of death, no matter what. I'm still dead. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm still dead. And that is with all of that air defense. So I don't know what else they would want from me, because that's as high of an air defense as I can possibly get. It can't get higher than that. Unless I break his face early. Like, should I just go for an early face break? Is that what it's gonna come to? I think it might. I'm gonna have to just get really, really good at punching his face, because I don't think I could survive it. Like, period. I don't think I can survive it. How much health does your face have? Is it a lot? Look at my risk. My risk is actually insanely high now. I kind of need him to hit me so I can hit his face better. I did sleep last night, had some alcohol last night, and passed right out. God, I wish that were me. Wish I was passing right out. Let me stab his face. I'm doing it. I'm trying to, but he seems reluctant. Couldn't tell you why. But I think it's the only way I'm going to survive this fight is by stabbing his face. Yeah, he's still doing this, but I'm gonna have to live with it. Hopefully, literally. Oh, I kind of want to punch that one back just once. Oh, see, that's what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. It's a one-shot. That was me at full health with air resistance up. Like, if he pulls off the attack, I just die. It doesn't matter what's happening. Maybe I should, oh shit. Sorry, I had to take off my alarm there. Maybe I should add silence to my abilities and try to hit him with that. That might be my only way. Though I am a little bit surprised that they have a boss like this here. And like magic is not going to be helpful either, right? It's like damage spells barely. Oh, I have also no mana now, so it doesn't really matter. Let's try break arts on him. Well, 17. Okay. That would do a lot of damage to Sydney. Ironically. Maybe this will do something. Although, no, he's going to do the equip down anyway. No matter what. Slow! The hell it was. The hell it was. Oh no! Why am I trying to stab Sydney? Sorry, Sydney. I know why I'm apologizing. We are technically enemies. I wonder if I can look at his face anyway. Even without scanning him or anyone else. Am I allowed to? Am I allowed to look at the statuses? I am. Okay, his head is average. So we're getting somewhere. If I could have bounced back his lightning, maybe it would have already been broken. No, don't drain me. The other guy can one-shot me, you don't understand. Ah, fuck. It's okay, I didn't hit him yet. Okay. Well, I'll be full health, but he's probably gonna use... Let me just get my risk down and see how the Thunderburst goes. That was too fast! Is that a one-shot again? You bet it is. You bet it's a one-shot again. Oh, an ad is about to play, excuse me. It's so brutal they make you do this fight after going through the forest. It's one of my favorite games that it has no chill. I get one-shot by his ability. Splendor, I get one-shot. If he pulls it off, I just die. Full health to 0 in one go. Which is insane. Does my shield, do I have any shields with it, maybe? I feel like the air resist is doing nothing because it's still one-shotting me. No matter what, it's still one-shotting me. Oh, I have a circle shield. Okay, let's try. That one is actually really high. Let's try it with the dagger then. I'm not very good with the dagger though. Or maybe Lander is better. Oh, you do have human. I feel like I'm better with Lander. I'm better with the combos. Okay, now I have at least a very high amount of air resist, potentially. Higher even. Let's try that again. It'll be different this time. I just want to see how much damage it does. Oh. I don't know why you're still prostasiaing yourself, Sydney, because you do no damage. You don't do any damage, buddy. Like, it's really cute that you think you do. I mean, I don't do damage either, but at the very least, I have chains. Oh, we're all draining everyone now. I see how it is. Oh, I was really hoping that would do damage anyway. Okay, let's go for his face. Oh, sorry. I said let's go for his face. Oh, now I have to get used to this. Oh no. I can't get used to it, can I? I have to. Oh my god. It's so much faster. Are you Prostasiaing myself right now? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Don't do that. I want the arrow guard. Did I say I wanted Prostasiat? Girl. I'm trying to live. Do you not understand I'm trying to live? He doesn't understand I'm trying to live. It's so much faster. Don't drain me. Don't drain me. Or do. Okay, well, you weren't even hit yet, so technically, you actually only hurt yourself. And you're still draining mine. Okay, that's not what I wanted to see, though. I wanted to see how much damage it would take. Hater behavior. Just flipping that thing around. It's making me click it too fast now. Hell yeah. Okay, it looks really cool though. His flips look really cool. I kind of want to take a little bit more damage though. Which I'm sure he'll oblige. But let's actually full heal. Let's full heal for now. I should probably walk around to get my risk down. I probably should. But I wonder if that puts away... I wonder if that takes away my resistance too. I feel like it will. Wait. Wait. How's your status? His head is dying? Oh my god. Landar bludgeoned his head to death. Okay, so technically speaking, that should mean that we're fine. I can kill this guy now, right? I keep whacking him! Literally. This should mean he can't cast on me. Wait, I have to change it slightly. Change myself around slightly so I can see how I'm whacking. I gotta whack him properly. That means I also would want to keep my heals going though. I wonder what he's gonna do now. Like, I wonder if he's still gonna cast one spell or not. Oh, sorry. It's probably easier for... I think he can't. Oh, I think he's actually screwed. I think he actually is! How could she whack? Who up early this morning whacking their enemies? Truly, I think that might have gone it. I wonder if blunt weapons... Yeah, he can't fucking do it, dude. I wonder if blunt weapons destroy body parts more easily? I want your sword so bad. It's such a cool sword. Although I could also... Yeah, actually, now I can get my risk back then. And also, I should make sure I do not die right now. Thank you. Thank you, Sydney, for hearing that. Thank you for hearing me say that, literally. I need to risk down. Oh, he still does like a little bit. Oh shit, I automatically went with my magic reflect because he's the magic guy. Oops. Oh, his equip up is at least gone. Okay, I can have one heal. We take one heal. Have a good lyric, zombie! He actually did something. Yeah, his heal is probably the only thing that we care about. So now we're just gonna do damage like that, I guess. But I want this guy dead. I hope. I hope he doesn't, like, if I kill the other guy first, I hope I don't lose him, because I do want to... Fuck it. I'm gonna actually give myself a buff then, because that means I won't need to reduce air anymore. It means I don't need it. Let's use... Oh, but my risk is gonna go up really high anyway. Yeah, I think it's gonna... It doesn't really matter. Have you considered also hitting the enemy? Like... I want to backseat you here, Sydney, but I am also gonna save. Because damn. Yeah, I think he might actually just be like weak to blunt also, potentially. I will still have to get used to the quick rotation though, because it's so fast. It's so fast, I can't get used to it very quickly. But it looks really cool though. It looks really cool. Always chests. Like, me getting my risk down is actually so pointless now. Because it just goes back up to 100 so quick. Who isn't weak to an occasional blunt every once in a while? Especially to the face, apparently. She's still whacking! I'm not gonna stop. Oh, okay, I might stop. Like, intermediate stops. But over the hole, I won't be stopping until he drops dead. I want his swords! Die! Die and give me your swords! Right now! Literally me walking in here, Branson. I'm so glad I made Landar. I was so glad. He does hella healing though, but this might actually be good for me. As long as the other guy doesn't do anything whack. Oh! Whack. Whack. But that was me. I'm the other guy. That was slow? I don't think it was. I disagree with that, but that's okay. Oh my god, I guess he healed more than I thought. He must have healed more than I thought. No, not the abdomen, because I always miss the abdomen. Yeah! Get out of here! Get out of here! How can she whack? She can whack. She truly can whack. Okay, very nice. And I can also deteriorate him. Although I should probably heal. Oh! I whacked so often that I also learned defense abilities, which I don't think that even happened last time. Very nice. Very nice. So many whacks. But it's just like he's like twisting and twirling the thing in his hands. It's incredible. Yeah, now all I have left are defense abilities. I already got all my attacks. What would I want? I don't know what I'm gonna fight next. I guess maybe Shadow? Oh, Light Affinity. Well... What would Sydney be? We'll take Light. Well, why not? I don't really need either, I think. I am gonna heal just because I don't... Well, no. I want to use the item, don't I? I want to use... Oh, I need to be closer for that. Come on! Higher than 2! Fuck. I had hope. I had hope. Deteriorate this man immediately. I'm so glad it's 100%. Whack to attack and whack to defend. We just whack a lot. Okay, I am Oh no, I have to heal with an item, don't I? I was gonna say, maybe I should heal right now, but I don't think so. Icebox! You wanna whack too? Cool. Yeah, so now he only does 39. He's a loser now, it turns out. No, don't heal me! Sydney, my damage! Sydney, you fuck. That's not what I wanted. Also, ephemeral, did I even say hello? Hello. Well, I guess I'll go for his arm. But I want it to be hurt. Sydney doesn't understand that I want it to be hurt. Sir? Sir? I would lower my risk, but there's no points. But now I don't do enough damage to make this make sense. I need you to punch me. Thank you. Do it again. Hurt me harder. Four is not really worth it, but I don't think that's the ability. My chains are actually getting so good though. Joke's on you, I'm into that shit, literally. 10 is 10 worth it? No, hit me again. Hit me again. Hit me again. I do more damage by just bouncing back on him. Okay, how about now? 14? 14 is okay. Not my equip up going gone. And then me hitting more. Actually, yeah. Put it back, Sydney. Thank you. Thank you for putting it back. Hi, Duke. Hello. At least he didn't heal me this time. I wish I could tell him to just punch my enemy. 14 is okay. Like, we will deal with 14. It is. I am small. I am small. I just don't want to see you to public, you know? 5'10", not that tall. Dude, thank you for the viddies. I'll whack him in your honor. I'll be honest, I would have probably whacked him anyway. It would be nice if I hit him. Beggars can't be choosers. How much health do you have, buddy? Nice. Don't you heal me. Oh, you're dead? Father. Yeah, that's what I thought. That took me very long. Whack him again! Whack him again! Just in case, double tap. Papa! Congratulations, thank you. It took me a really long time. Give me clappies. I'm a daredevil. I think I already was. Oh, it's HP again. Oh, and you just break people's faces instead of getting MP. Oh, it's another, oh, and it's an H one. It's a Hagane one. I can merge you with Landar. Swan Song? Brooch a poor craftsman made for his wife, lauded for its quality after his death. Like, oh, is he dead? Is he dead? It's a really good necklace. I just didn't want him to hear it. I didn't want him to get an inflated ego. Now that he's dead, that's a good necklace. Fair enough. Magic word nullifies the next spell cast on target. Wait, that's really good though. Grimoire Gnome? Containing the spell Soil Fusion, temporarily raises weapons' earth affinity. What an interesting name. I should save. You reek, Risk Bear. Breaker, also. What is that stench? You met Rosenkrantz? Wasn't that the guy that we just killed? Is that... No, it was that guy who wants immortality with his girlfriend, who he slapped because I inhabited her body. That was him. He told me Leomond was a wellspring for the dark. Sydney, is that true? Tell me the truth. What think you? You think I think? Am I not extremely himbo-coded? I've been shown a lifetime of oddities in a day. So you believe the dark exists, yet you do not believe that which you cannot see. The dark covers your eyes, and you are blind. There is no proof. Am I to believe the great quake was man's doing? Thousands of city folk, their lives sacrificed to make this wellspring? By whom? Parliament? The Cardinal? It's usually the government, yeah, and the church. Why don't you ask? Oh my god, is Sydney going to turn out to be like the good guy? Ask who? The sacrificed. The witnesses. Oh, dead people? You want me to ask dead people? You've impressed me. You truly are a risk breaker. Or a trained assassin. A killer. What nonsense is this? Memories, risk breaker. Memories. Did I actually assassinate someone and I just don't want to remember that? Is that why they came to kill my family? Oh, okay. We did, Lander! Whacked him to death with you. You whacked him to death. Over and over again. Stop this. Stop this now. Yeah, we've already seen this scene. Do not run, Ashley. See with your eyes. Look with your special eyes. Papa, a sip of water. Oh, here with your ears also. Have some of Papa's wine, Marco. Oh, we're starting him young. Maybe it's because they also are trying to get to sleep, just like Zandy. Wait right there. I'll fetch some water. No, just drink the wine. Don't you dare give Marco any wine to stop turning our son into an alcoholic. Please. My brand! Wine is like sweet ambrosia. Stop turning your son into an alcoholic! Really? Like, don't you give our son any wine? Me when I give my son wine? Oh, that's me! Wait, was I actually... Is it not even my family? What? The truth, Ashley. Madness! Foul deception! Wait, then who's the guy? You doubt what I have shown you? Well, a little bit. It is your memories that deceive. The VKP has burned sweet lies into your soul. I knew I couldn't trust them. I knew I couldn't trust them either. You lie! No, I feel like there might be some truth to it. This man might be an alcoholic. Marco, chuck this real quick. Like, shh, don't tell your mom. Lies. A late member of the King's Guard loses his wife and child. A tragedy. He becomes a VKP risk breaker. This is the lie. A memory false as summer snow. You are an assassin and a saboteur in an elite squad. Mistaking them for your target, you murdered an innocent family. For country and justice, you would take any life without thinking until you sent that family to their deaths. By the gods, you lie! The VKP saw the opportunity to turn your guilt to patriotic zeal. They twisted your very soul, Ashley. Your despair at losing your family turned to hate for the lawless jackal that killed them. Hate that should be reserved for yourself. He's saying self-loathing. A touch of self-loathing. That's what you need. You lie! Do I? Are your newfound abilities not proof enough? You believe Learmonde responsible? You are remembering the killing arts you learned in a past life. No! Yes! What is memory? A miserable pile of secrets. Men forget that which pains them, create new memories to please themselves, lie to themselves, believe their own lies. The VKP may have wielded the brand that burned your soul, but you wanted them to do it. You wanted them to burn your guilt away. What do you want, Sydney? What are you trying to do to me? No, I think he's just your therapist at this point. Truth, risk breaker. I just want you to know the truth. I spit on your truth. You've already... It does... Him? Definitely. It makes him feel very angry. But you've already begun believing. Am I wrong, Ashley? You have seen demons walk the city streets, heard the cries of the dead and damned. You deny these things? Are they illusions? What are you hiding? Sorry, can't say illusions without that sentence. What did you see through that woman's eyes, Ashley? You think you can see the past? Wait, but she's also part of the VKP. Not see. I hear it. Hear. Wait, Sydney! You want the truth? Then follow me, Ashley Wright. Oh God, he really is gonna be like the good guy. Oh no, I hate it here. Oh, not this again. Wine should be like nectar, because nectar is the drink and ambrosia is the food. He's not smart. Maybe that's why Ashley killed him. Ashley came in like, what are you talking about? I think you mean nectar. And then he stabs him. You're talking about the food, you weirdo. I got you, hello. Quelle surprise. Wizard or Carl Young? What? Hello, Guillotine. I have no idea what we're actually choosing between. PTSD from Suromar intensifies truly. I can't hear it without thinking about it. I just can't. Wait, where did I come from? And where did he go? Cotton Eye Joe? Tell me more. Was it this way? No, goodbye. Ah! Nah, fuck off! I'm so glad I have these. Absolutely the fuck not. Ah, there we go. That's much better. You bitches. Why are they the way that they are? Why do they do this to me? Me, a law-abiding citizen. Yeah, let me lower my risk properly this time. Let me also heal. Because my body is broken. God bless my little broken body. As Rizzo might say. Are you feeling better, Ashley? You feeling a little bit better, buddy? You need a little hug? After that therapy session, I think you might need one. Okay, I really need to, like, figure out some new gear. Hiccup. Alright, we're finally out of this fucking forest. I hate this forest. This is the worst forest. This forest actually sucks. I can't believe they put it here and had me enter it. Feels like a personal attack. These guys also feel like a personal attack. They always have. 0! What about Tyndall? Is Tyndall also 0? Tyndall, are you 0? No, you're 79. Get fucked. It just feels too slow now after Landor, but you're already dead, so it doesn't matter. After Landor's like swip swap, everything else feels too slow. Oh, literally, I guess. Thank you for dying. And the door we have for is number 2. The first to be awful. It is the worst part. Do you have a secret? No? Are you sure? This seems like such a place that would have a secret. I guess not. I'm hearing enemies as well, so let me take my Tyndall out real quick. Hi Jeff, hello! The door has been locked. Oh, it just keeps doing that. You can't keep getting away with that. And yet... Yeah, there was no way you were gonna live through that. Not in range. But I'm Tyndall. Everything's in my range. What do you mean? My main damage dealer does like no damage now because I am not at all hurt. Wait, it's also timed. Wait, there's a timer on. Why? What do you mean? For what? Let me stab your legs. He can no longer move and also he is dead. Thank you for dying. A scorpion. Oh, Hagane polearm! Yes, yes, yes. Skull, did I say hello when you came in earlier? Am I a monster? Am I a horrible human being? Maybe? Skull, hello? Is that the legendary weapon known as Tyndall? Oh yeah. No, we have like a solid team now. But I do need to upgrade it somehow. Because I feel like I am not looking at the stats correctly. I need to do better statting. How that's gonna happen, I don't know. Room clear, thank you. I am very smart. Let me get my risk back. Not my health though. I actually don't want my health back, hilariously. Better to have, oh actually no I do, because I got punched. Wait, no, you know what? I'm fine. Yeah, I believe in myself. In not getting hit. Oh, nobody, oh wait, there's a side door. Wait, but where am I? Oh, sorry. Like blue seems to indicate that it goes somewhere new, I think. And that, I don't want to go somewhere new yet, I think. Or maybe it's a safe room. That could also be a thing, actually. You thought the jump would save you? That's so cute. 154! See, these are the damage numbers we like. These are the damage numbers we like. Spirit Orison. I feel like we have one of these already. Actually, yeah. Okay, I have a question. And it's a real question. If anyone knows. The map has, like, pluses to indicate exits. I know that the red just means that where I came from. And gray is just, like, a room. What does blue mean? What does a blue plus mean? Because I took that to meaning going to a new area. But I don't know for sure if that is actually the case. Health? We only do unhealth here. No, actually though, because I do more damage. Maybe I'll finally understand this game. Watching you play. Oh, I'm still trying to learn too. I think the plan was to sell $20 game guides to explain all this stuff. See, I'm writing a video about Final Fantasy XII, where they actually literally did create the game, or a lot of the side stuff at least, just to sell game guides. I swear to God. But if I need to open a game guide, I might just, because I do have the manual. Every so often I will open the manual and try to figure out what they mean, and the manual barely explains anything as well. It's like, no, it's just like a thing. It's just like a thing that exists. Why are you asking me? I'm just a manual. I'm just a piece of paper. Okay, this one has a blue one again as well. And a locked door. Wait, what do you mean slow? You're slow. How dare you? Never talk to me again. Okay, you are coming in for the attack, so you just have to die first. Nice! Are you gonna drop another spear? Because I wouldn't mind another one. Are you asking me? Not my job manual. Literally. And because of that, I still don't really know how the combinations work. And I feel like I should know how to do that. Oh, I have no room. Oh, but it's a Hagane! I want it. I could just disassemble it. Disassemble it? Jinzee. Yes. Oh, I also don't have room here? Are you sure? Okay, what are we tossing? Okay, we have a lot of sand faces. Discard a sand face. Okay. Fuck. So what are you? Oh, sorry. Will not open from this side. Okay. Wait, so, okay. Where does the other one go then? There were basically 2 specific game fact guides that were essential in order to play this game back in the day. I am not surprised. I feel like everyone went to game, like, Yield and Gamers had to be on game facts for most things. Okay, wait, so this is a new area. So I think that is what it means. I have to go back now. Because... Are you serious? You immediately respawned? Shut the ever-living fuck up. Get out of my face. You're lucky I have Tyndall. Is it just because I went to a different area that it immediately respawned? Because that's insane. Didn't know game guides existed back then. We would print them out. We had like a GTA copy and would just like immediately included the entire printed out game facts walkthrough just in case. I think I had one for Jack and Dexter as well. I don't think I've ever bought a game guide. I remember I bought the game guide for Dark Souls. It was a honking hardcover book. Holy shit, no, that's actually cool though. Lucky to have all of you in my hands. You are a lethal weapon. And I love that for you. Totally forgot to use it when I did my first 2 playthroughs. It was just there to look at. It was to look pretty at. Browse on 56k modem, open GameFAQs, close internet to save calls. Literally. Like, it's why I kept, my dad kept yelling at me because I was also printing like fanfic all the time. Because I wasn't allowed to be on the internet for very long, obviously, because we were like, I'm trying to use the phone! So I had to print out all my fanfics as well. And I had this giant fanfic that was like this thick and it was all printed pages. And my dad was like, why the fuck is my printer out of ink? And where did all my paper go? Like, I'm sorry, I have to read my smuts. Printing out 100+ guides and explaining to parents you nuked all the printer ink. Literally. I've made notes on mine as well. I was being creative. I feel like they should encourage that. Oh, too fast. Encouraging a little bit too fast. A little bit too encouraging. Oh, I actually still have to heal myself anyway. I guess I'm hurting myself by hurting other people, which like, that does kind of make sense. Wait, I can just ignore you, right? If I, no, son of a bitch. Okay, well, there was the silent hope. Yeah, I figured there would be another one. I will heal. I am in pain. Let this girl read their fanfic. And I reread that fanfic. I got as much use out of that fanfic as I got out of reading The Hobbit. Like, we didn't have that many books to read otherwise. Although we did have Dune and I still didn't read Dune. You know why I didn't read Dune? Even though my dad was like, you will enjoy Dune. I didn't read it because I thought the cover was boring. So, kids, get yourself a good cover. Might just be one person you convinced to read your book, but get a good cover. Only my parents had bought a Dune copy that had an interesting cover. I would have been reading Dune instead of another Vegeta Bulma fanfic. But here we are. Unhatched a door. Are you a shortcut? You are. Okay. But I can't do anything with Hagane. In the blacksmith that exists there, but at least I know now. You're gonna have respawned again, aren't you? Yeah, of course you have. Of course you have. My Tyndall is gonna break! I need a Hagane blacksmith! But the one in the city is like bronze iron or something. I can't use that. Oh, I can hold that actually, but it's a bronze gauntlet. Who uses bronze anymore? I literally judge the book by its cover, and I'll do it again. Except for Lovelet's book. When Lovelet's book comes out, I will read it even if it doesn't have a cover. I had friends who would teach me that stuff that I'd pass on to other friends, right? Like, hey, if you move the truck, Mew is under it. I feel like that one was a really, really popular one. I will definitely judge a book by its cover. 100% I will. I also buy books because I think they look pretty. And sometimes I will read them and they are bad, but a lot of the times I will read them and they're like, oh, they're pretty good actually. Those are the bigger titles like Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, but you had to like know very specific things. Although, look, I still pride myself on the fact that I figured out all the Chocobo reading on my own in Final Fantasy VII OG. You ever tried? I did, Otter! I did! Did you know Otter has been doing lots of Pokemon stuff on his channel, speaking of Mew under a truck. And also, he has a new video about Friendswap, which is very good, and you should watch, and also maybe comment on. Because then other people will see it too, and they'll be like, wow, that was a really good video. I should support Otter. That is the main hope. Thank you for being dead, because I would have almost... well, not died, but I would have been upset. Oh, it was just one. Nice. Alright. You would have respawned, yes you would. This is how I keep getting too many skills. Although I wouldn't mind getting new skills on, oh, I should get sword skills as well. But I wonder what new skills I will get on Tyndall, actually. Rental video was very good. It's too hard, but it's not. No, Duke, exactly. Exactly. Got yourself a gold chocobo without a guide, right? And it's funny because, okay, I streamed it as well, Guillotine. I streamed it and people were like, oh, you're gonna do it without a guide? Oh, well, good luck. And then afterwards we were like, oh, you're gonna have to race so much. And I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna do all the racing off stream. I'm gonna do all of it off stream because people were like, oh, it's gonna take forever. It didn't! But I think I got super lucky, so I made notes. I have this wonderful notebook whenever I have to make notes in older video games especially. So I wrote down everything. And did you know that one of the two is lying between the Chocobo Sage and the little girl? Because I didn't realize this until later, but it's like, because the Chocobo Sage, where the fuck are you? Where the fuck are you? Where are my notes on my Chocobos? The Chocobo Sage, he says, gray and good Chocobos are on islands southeast of Sage, west of Midil, surrounded by greenery and corral. But, untrue. 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 Because the little girl, she said it's actually here. And I couldn't find it where the sage said it, but where the little girl said it was true. And the Chocobo Sage also didn't tell me I had to race. The little girl did. So, Chocobo Sage my ass, I think he stole the title from the little girl at the stables. He went in there and he grilled her for her Chocobo knowledge, and then went back and called himself the Chocobo Sage, lying to everyone, going, I don't remember anything actually. Oh, you'll have to come back later. And really what that meant was that he apped the girl at the stables like, where was this fucking Chocobo again? And then the little girl had to tell him where that was. Because he don't know shit. Even though he has a Chocobo. Jinzee was amazing. He's so fast. She was so fast. As you know, you need to race. Yeah, so if you go to the stables, there's a little girl, and after you've talked to the Chocobo Sage, she'll be like, oh, let me give you some notes because of all of the things that he said. Except then she just straight up tells you way more. She straight up tells you way more than the Chocobo Sage, which is so suspicious. So suspicious. But am I trusting the little girl? That little girl, knowledge of the sages, truly. Low-key conspiracy theory. All the published guides gave a really long, drawn-out, and inefficient way to get a gold Chocobo to pad playtime. Actually, do you actually think so? Because, yeah, I followed the advice from in the game, basically exactly, and it didn't take me that long. Like, they don't tell you how much you need to race, and my chat was like, oh, you're gonna need to race so much, but I didn't really have to race that much. So, I'm not sure if I was just super, super lucky, because the way I was going about it was just like, okay, I'll get this Chocobo, I'll race once, and then I'll go back and breed to see what I get. And then if I don't get what I need, I'll just race again and then come back until I get something that I actually want. But I got pretty much everything after only doing getting one rank up each. Because the Chocobos had ranks all the way to the max. I got one rank and it was enough. Which, and I told a friend afterwards, and he was like, oh, I just save scummed. And I was like, unnecessary. He seems a little senile. Just a little, right? Just a little. What is he smoking in that mountain? All on his own. Jinzee needs a board so you can wheel in with red string for moments like this. Ranson, I am literally considering getting a board at some point, just when I do thinking games or I have theories about video games, just so I can do that. Also for videos, to be fair. Because sometimes my thoughts, they don't go anywhere, but they're entertaining, maybe, to someone. Loco weed? I think he's smoking his Chocobo. Oh, sorry, I forgot my buttons. I was thinking about Chocobos. That's the real reason he has that Chocobo. To smoke the feathers. You think he's riding it? Not even once. Oh, hello, good time zone. Oh, I don't have room for that. Oh, but it's iron. It's better. I do want that. Instead of... What do I have tons of? People told me not to delete any of my gear. But I think I might have to disagree. No, don't discard it. I want that one. So I can meld them together. I still don't know how that works, but I'll figure it out. Oh, son of a bitch. Son of a... Okay, but I'm low health now, which means I will do lots of damage. Let me actually get a hit point. Okay, lots of damage might be an overstatement. Sir, thank you. Don't drop anything. Oh, he's dropping something. Oh no, that's fine. I'm okay with that. You might kill me if I'm very unlucky. But you won't, because I was very lucky instead. Get absolutely fucked. Well, I got out of the forest. Are you proud of me? It took a really long time. Okay. That one's locked. No, wait, there's no enemies there, is there? I don't think. No, wait, there are. No, there aren't. This was the one room that didn't have enemies. Okay, so I can go straight. Locked with the gold key. Okay, there was an iron key and a silver key earlier. I feel like this one is Julie. I think it's Julie. I gotta rewatch Mashal. Julie! Hello! Thank you so much for the raid! Julie, I got out of the forest. I got out of the forest, and you know what? Do you know what happened? My map was actually really good. I had just missed an exit next to the zombies. That's it. My map was actually perfect and worked so well. And I'm mad about it. Hello, Dicky Man! Hello, hello! Welcome in! We escaped from the forest? We did. It took me a while to kill the bosses though, because damn. But I got a cool new sword. Landar literally broke their brains. It was great. Okay, this goes somewhere else. Maybe a blacksmith? That's not a blacksmith. What the... Wait, that's the tombs again? Wait, so where does this go then? I don't want to go to the tombs. Oh. Is that gonna blow me up? They look like runes that would blow me up. Locked with a Kalmia sigil. Columbine sigil. That's probably what the guy was talking about. Oh, you should lock them with sigils. That'll keep them busy. Anemone sigil. Verbena sigil. Oh, that's a lot of sigils. Oh my god, that will keep me busy for a while. Shira sigil. Miracle. He took his job too seriously. God, you did not have to. Oh my goodness. Azalea sigil. How many flowers are we? Tiger tail? Are we combining here? Lana is very powerful, truly. Literally bashed his brains in though, which was good and fun. Oh, okay. Ah. That's Rosenkranz, right? And his wife, who he slapped with his gauntleted hand because I was possessing her. It's like, she should not have a jaw left, I'll be honest. Not going to lie, or the Sriracha sigil. Yeah, that's the processed version of the flower. Also, Julie, if you need to go like vibe and stare at a ceiling, disassociate for a while, do not let me keep you. As always, I'm assuming you might have like stand-up, or meetings, or lunch, or any of the above. It is true. It is as you say. Some parts were added later, but the original Chaldean letters cover every wall. The walls of Leomond, all carved with these glyphs. What do they mean? These are the spell songs. Leomond is surrounded by sorcery. You'll likely find them on every den and dovecote in the city. The city, it is unchanged these past 2,000 years. Neither the eroding winds nor the quake have sapped its strength. The dark is strongest toward the center. The great cathedral, I felt it. Like the blonde hair, the darker eyebrows and slight beard and mustache, the earrings. This man would have been a Tumblr favorite if this came out today. I just know it. I just know it. Evie! Hi Evie, hello! Good time zone! Hello, hello! Going to make a French toast bagel, get some mango yogurt, and a cup of matcha. Delicious. Enjoy that lunch. Hell yeah. Hey, doesn't he just immediately clock like a Tumblr favorites? Every single person on that entire site would be like, I can fix him. He'll be summoning the dark and undead to overrun a city, and they were like, but he wouldn't do that to me. Even though he literally just slapped his wife with the gauntlets, but whatever. The dark is strongest toward the center. The great cathedral, I have felt it. The entire city is a circle of magic. Brilliant! Who said that? I don't know who the voice act. Oh, you. Oh, the guy who was working with the guy who is dead now and who was pretending to try and work with me. I forget him. She's a cutie. She would also summon the undead, but not to you, Stig, though. Not to you. What are you playing right now, Ify? What are you streaming? What's your game at the minute? A brilliant deduction, my good sir. Top of your class at the academy, indeed. Are you a nerd? What? You knew? Didn't everyone? He's like, you find out only now? The city is the circle, the wellspring. Oh, a chest. And the book, the grand grimoire for which you seek. You're standing in it. Oh, that's all the letters on the walls. They're spells. Leomond is the grand grimoire. Why did you not tell us? This is betrayal most foul. Oh. Well, maybe it's because you're a nerd. Why have you done this? Oh, memory fails you. The dark holds no power over me. Nor do I recall us ever being friends. My friendship with the Duke is fleeting as well. Have you no honor? Says the guy who slapped his girlfriend with a glove. I'm gonna keep bringing that up. Literally spokes. Literally though. Thank you for Mickey Mouse. Oh, God of War. Wait, the new ones or the old ones? Because like a few people have been playing the old ones as well. Standing in a book probably makes ears in it too. The way he walks. I'm guessing he's some sort of demon. The way that Ashley already clocked him being evil immediately. It's like, yeah, you smell like evil. The 2018 version? Oh, first time? I haven't played the second version of that yet. Or the second, I guess the part 2 in general. Fort Kickass. Hi, Ice! Hello! Get there zone. It's so good. Okay, I need some boys in the chat. I need people who have the boy emote, which actually is every sub. Give me some boy in the chat. It's so important. Because that God of War is the reason I have the boy emote. Boy. It's so important. It's so important. Thank you, boy. Also, that, you know what? That's also a boy emote, Jack. I accept that as a boy emote. That I do have. And enough sense to know not to throw my life away for some fool cause. I'm just listening in and they don't even notice I'm here. Which one is saying this? The girl or the guy? You are naught but a glorified sellsword. You disgust me. I'm assuming it's the guy. We live in a peaceful, boring times. There's no rank to be had in killing on the fields of war. We must seize opportunity where we find it. Do you not agree, Guildenstern? You were using me too, after all. I'm your opportunity. You know that. You need me. Look at that caked up armor set. You are a common harlot. You were born a worm and you will die a worm. The set was right to expel you from the risk breakers. Oh, you were a risk breaker at some point. I see. Spookums, hello. Hello, good time zone. Damn, right? Armor set, sure, that's thick. Nothing else. Listen here. You knew if this game already had the jiggle physics, that'd be jiggling. Such praise. I am not worthy. Where is the key? Well now. Tell me or I will see you dead. You kill me? I was a risk breaker, you know. Doesn't he know he can chain attacks? What is this? Oh, sorry. What is this? Where am I? What is this I see? What? Who is possessing you? Why is she constantly getting possessed? Yet I am here. Samantha, it is I. Where are you? Oh? They are linked. Samantha's rhythm is attuned to his, Guildenstern. Riskbreaker! Is it Sydney? He is near. He hides. Oh, wait, no, you are seeing me. You are seeing, but then why would you be confused? It has passed then. You won't have to slap her with a gauntlet again, is what you're saying? We join with Tiga. Yes. No. Okay, so we are in a town again. Oh, thank God I can put some stuff away. I have too much stuff. A fat ass would be firmer than Ellie pillow. No, wait, what? You're not a chest? With a chest key, can I not unlock you with my sorcerer powers? Am I allowed to do that? 0% chance! That's really fucked up. That's really fucked up. I don't think that's correct. Should I have gone into the tunnels anyway? Maybe? Is that on me? I'll go back if it can unlock a chest. Bitches love a good chest. I'm bitches. How are we only on like 32%? Sorry, 36. Never mind. But still, I thought we were a lot further into the game than we are, clearly. Oh, there's nothing here. Wait, so... Oh, is that where it came from? It is. Are you maybe, please, a blacksmith? You are! Bronze, iron, and Hagane! Keen's crafts! Okay, so there is a chest here. Oh, thank God. Okay. Alright, okay. Now, we need to make new weapons. We need to make something new. We have to make something two-handed. Let me save real quick on my actual quick saves. I should probably take a break actually as well. What are we disassembling? Actually, I have no room for disassembling. I might need to disappear some items. What do we have options with? So we wouldn't want to use bronze at all, I think. I'm wondering if that could make me something better, though. One-handed, two-handed, Gizarm. I have so many Gizarms. I have way too many Gizarms, even. I have a bunch of sand faces. Like, what is the best grip that I can find? I feel like they all have... Yeah, they all have some form of advantage. I wish I could sort them as well. So I don't really want to get rid of them. Alright, I should put them away instead. Oh, I should repair before I do anything else. That means no one has PP anymore. But it is what it is. Check the container. Alright, did I even have anything in here still? Like, I'll just keep one of each grip, maybe. Let's see. One whole Gizarm. These are all different ones. Wait, that one was new. Look how many Gizarms! Okay, I kind of want to just delete some of these. But I probably shouldn't. I took that one apart. Wait, can I not store you? Combined items can I... Oh, sorry. This one. Store you. And you. And then one of the sand faces. A wooden grip. Even though one of them is part of his set, that's okay. These I can't take apart anyway. I can only, like, combine them. So that should be fine. We'll store these. With a French toast bagel, mango yogurt, kiln kiwi, and strawberry matcha. Are you trying to make me hungry? right now, right in front of my not salads. I don't even have a salad. Right now, I'm gonna fix something cool, right? Right, game? I'm gonna fix something really cool. Let's try some gear first. Let's try to combine some armor. What if I combine... Well, you are the... Okay, hold on. So you're 112 and 87. You are, I think, almost objectively better. Will you make better gear together? Wait, what did I select? Chain sleeve. Gauntlet. You will make a gauntlet. See, this is what I mean. So I think they're all gonna be named no matter what. What if I make a ringmail? That makes a Spangenhelm. Okay, but okay, What if I just do bronze? Banded mail. Like, it makes me feel like getting rid of them is just a better option. Oh, I love a good bone helm. Do I feel like this is... yeah, well, it's a different piece of armor, isn't it? So this is what I mean. I feel like they're not very good. Let me unequip everything I have so I can actually use them, including Tyndall, unfortunately. Everyone get off my body immediately. I'm just gonna walk around this blacksmith naked. Oh, I wonder if you can also do accessories, actually. Probably not, though. Tell me a French toasted this bagel? Oh god, the French are back at it again. Oh, what did that other necklace do, actually? I didn't even check. It was made in the clearest of obscures, forced in the heart of a bagel and toasted with the indifference of a Parisian, judging you as they walk down the sidewalk towards the Eiffel Tower smoking a cigarette. Oh, they are definitely smoking that cigarette. Do not go to Paris. Unless you're French. Then you can totally go to Paris. Oh, that makes you weak to undead, though. But really good against beasts. Like, really good against beasts. Interesting. Okay. Maybe we'll start with assembling instead. Or disassembling in that case. So we can make a chumkak. A chumkak? Jinzee, what a word. How can I make you better? Oh, the Sarissa grip seems really good. Is that the one that just came with it? I feel it did. I feel like the Sarissa, but I only took it apart because I needed room, in fairness. You can have gems, though. But I feel like it does... I don't know. Does this make something actually good? Like, does this fix anything new, I wonder? Oh, and Ad is gonna play. Sorry. I will take this break. I'm trying to get Aries to hang with me. She doesn't want to? A what? Exactly. Aries is intimidated by the clap of my ass cheeks. Are you, Mr. Metal Gear from Metal Gear Solid? What's his name? Snake? Sorry. I'm gonna play Metal Gear at some point, I promise. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Follows are anonymous, of course. And I am literally just about to leave to grab some more water. I think you should also grab some water, whoever you are. Because staying hydrated will stop you from being dehydrated. I didn't sleep last night. I will be right back. Alright, I hope you'll hydrate it. I hope that Aries is okay. And her bone is too. Whoever's bone she landed on. Okay. This does have Hella attack. It is also one-handed, which loves death for them. Thank you for welcome back. I have coffee, does that count? Yes, because it's a myth that it dehydrates you. Wait, I do want to use that one, didn't I? Oh, it only has a type. What is your type? Is it depressed? Because it is for me. It doesn't have one. You are edged, though. Like, it makes sense. Used like a scythe. But, I don't think you should. So, probably edged in general, then. So, like a 6. Oh, yeah. This one probably was part of it. Let's put a little gem in there. I found a lot of those, actually. Increases power against undead. I don't know what kind of weapon this one is going to be for me, though. Because it's kind of broad, and I'm probably going to mix it. So maybe no gems yet. Maybe just okay it without a gem. Okay, who wants to be... I don't know what this is going to be yet. And I don't know if I can name it afterwards. Right now it's like a one-handed axe. For the time being. If I remember right, it has a slight dehydrating effect, but since it's mostly water, you know, you can't... Exactly. But people are like, oh, if you drink coffee, it's like you're taking the water out of your brain or whatever. Is that a me? I want to be that stick? I feel like it is. I know it says a high five, but it looks like it is. I could see that, I guess. The dehydrating one. Yeah. Okay. Do you want a double I? I don't know what I am. Okay, that makes sense, actually. Same. Do you want the double I or do you want one eye? You want triple I? You want all three of them? Okay. This is the first time that I looked close enough to see that it's fucking 3 of them stick. Oh my god. Alright. Yeah, I could do your whole name. I could do capital T as well. Do you want like your actual like legit full-on Twitch name? Because I can do that for you. They blend together. I don't see them. Like, there's definitely eyes there. And 13? I'm hearing that is what you want. Stigma 13. What a weapon. Imagine you're an undead boss and you're getting murdered by Stigma 13. It's not a good morning unless I've had enough coffee to turn my brain into a raisin. How's your raisin doing, Jan? Hi, Jan! You could just call me 13. Do you want the weapon to be called 13, or do you want me to call you 13? I like calling you Stiggy, and sometimes I call you Stiggers. It reminds me of Tigger. Sorry, I'm so sorry, but if you are in my chat long enough and you talk too much, I'm gonna give you little nicknames. That's just how I work, that's how I function. 'Tis what it is. Stigma balls! I don't think I can call it that. Well, actually, there is room for that, technically. Drinking coffee is drinking water, mostly. It's just that coffee is also a diuretic. It makes you pee more, yeah. Yeah, that one! Do you now? I do. Let's take Colin, I have to go to school? Ew! Go into school? I don't have a nickname? You're my son. I'm not allowed to give you nicknames. Also, technically Otter is a nickname already. Technically speaking. Just got back from dog sitting. My brain immediately read that as dog shitting. That is not what you were doing. Unless that probably is what you were doing a little bit. Was Julie going to get turned into her nickname? Oh, we'll find out. Okay, sometimes I just make the name longer for no particular reason. Like I did with Gustavus and McStavisons. Like, I don't know why I do that either. That just makes everything longer. It's really the biggest cop-out of all time. Sorry, I guess you just don't have one yet that you approve of, but it's not my problem. It's not my problem. You're not nicknameable, maybe. I could call you Philum, but then you would scream. So, we're not gonna do that. Shitting like a dog all day. I knew it. Was it the coffee? Alright. Stigma 13! Film! Is Stigma 13 okay? Please confirm. I love that it asks this every single time. Alright, I made a Stigma. Can I combine Stigma with something cool? I wonder if I'm allowed to. Oh, it doesn't actually call you Stigma in here. I guess so that you know what it is. Because I don't think I have a second one. No, I only have this one. So it still calls it... I have to remember that. It still calls it that no matter what. I have a lot of Hagane right now, though. Which is pretty good. You know what? Fuck. I'm getting rid of this Gizarm. But I am keeping the handle. I think. Oh, no. Unequip that. I do not want to use that. I'm keeping the handle for the Gizarm. I have no idea if I've been pronouncing that correctly. Because those are the only parts I actually use. Yeah, give me that wooden grip. And then I have, yeah, silver and iron. I might want to upgrade to a better, like a Hagane Tyndall. Potentially. Let's see what I have combine-wise. Are any of us okay? No. I don't think I'm okay. I'm so sorry. Ones in chat if you're okay. Yeah, there's no ones in this chat. You leave me right. Y'all want a hug? Y'all want a hug? Too sussy. Oh, yeah, I still don't actually have... Wait! Oh, yeah, no, these are blades. Wait. Yeah, wait. Yeah, these are blades. But they are combined. Wait, stop it and shut the fuck up. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh. Oh, I see. But these would still not be better, would they? Like you get something, yeah, you just get something new. You get something different. So I guess if you wanted a different weapon type, no, don't do that. That would make sense. What about if you make it then it turns into a wizard staff for some reason? Okay. So I guess you can technically re-roll until you get like, I don't know, maybe you're looking for a one-handed sword. So what if I make these together? What if I put the rapier there instead? Then it becomes a spatha. Which is not necessarily... Again, it's not necessarily better, though. I think that's my main problem, is that the combinations... They don't seem like they improve much. So why would I do it? Why would I ever do it? That doesn't make any sense. What if I combine Haganes? Could we actually get something cool? Wait, why can't I combine you two? Blades of this material cannot be altered. Really? I thought it was silver as well. Is it bronze, iron, and Hagane? Is that why? What if I tried to combine... What would I make into you? Like, because I obviously do need better weapons. It just becomes another scorpion. It becomes worse. Now I'm even more confused, to be honest. Like, because it takes the whole set. I still don't have a group hug emote. Oh, Sticky, I'm sorry. Yeah, you can use ours instead. Those Aries Biscuits and biscuits in chat if anyone needs it. Aw, cute. Start my replay of E33, and even though I know all the funnier, sadder, emotional parts are coming, and when they are, they still get me. Yeah, because I'm watching other people start the game now, and I still get sad. I was watching Joe and I was crying at all the same parts. All the same parts. I couldn't help it. There must be a combination that actually improves things. Okay. Are there Vagrant Story knowers in chat who like know everything about Vagrant Story? Because I have so many questions. I truly have like probably too many questions. Queasy? Oh, the Queasy is better, but then I would also sacrifice 2 of these. 88128. Like, yeah, it is better in almost every way. I guess that one is much, much worse, but the piercing is also better. No. Sorry. Like, I don't want to lose those yet, so it's more like, okay, I don't have an armor piece that is Hagana, but I have 2 gloves that are Hagane. I can just make those instead. Is what it seems like. Do any of my shields have gems? You do. Do I take it out? It's the Jin Amber. Yes, I would like that one back. And I think that's the only ones that have gems, potentially? Do you have a gem? You have the... No, you have the Braveheart, so you do. I kind of want the Braveheart back. I might take Plinth apart right now. Because I kind of need to remake Plinth anyway. Because it's silver? I would like to make a new Landar as well. Because I have a Hagane staff now. I need a new Tyndall. I'm assuming I can make that really, really good. Is it the Heralis that makes it good? That might be why. And then I will also take you apart because you're going to be remade. Do I actually have room for this? You're going to be remade. Oh, this one has a gem in it even. For free? Oh, do you also have a gem? You do! There's no way I had room for all this. There's no way I had room for all this. 14 out of 60. No, apparently I did. When? Not mad about it, but when? Okay. Late? Yeah, we just watched that one. I think I got scammed out of that emote because I swear I was part of that combined streamer chat hype train, but it never showed. I feel like some of them didn't go through very well, Sussy, because I remember that I was part of Foe's shared chat hype train as well, and I never got an emote for that one. I only got the emotes for mine, like the ones that we did here in the chat. I hope they bring them back at some point, because they're, especially the group hug is so fucking cute. Yeah, maybe we just need to make our own, honestly. Oh my god, well, there's an... Okay. Because Noob and I have pretty easy to make... like, characters. Like the little demon. Who else is, like, an easy to make character? Because, like, that could be something that we commission, honestly. Show up in chat for, like, it's Foe chat. Oh, yeah, Foe! Remember the... Hi, Foe. Remember the shared hype train emotes thing? That they did at one point? I was part of your hype train for that, and I never got an emote for that. And there's like other people who also never got an emote for like being part of other people's shared ones. Yeah, they were so glitchy. They have to bring them back just because they were super glitchy, in fairness. Is Noob and Ronnie? I feel like Ronnie would have a cat, right? We'd have to make the cat more recognizably Ronnie then. Otherwise, we were like, oh, it's just a cat, but it has to be like Ronnie. Specifically. I think this is engineerable, but I don't think it's ever been done because emotes are fixed assets. Has anyone ever tried to make a dynamic emote? Oh no, I think we're just like, we would just make it for specific streamers, right? Yeah, make our own emotes. One I did was here with, yeah, it was with Ronnie. We did a few of them. And then we did some with Loneliest as well for people who were missing some. Took like 9 days for one to show up. Yeah, and mine straight up for you, they didn't show up. I was mad about it. Hi, Probacus! Hello! Hello, hello! At least for this one, they gave us a heads up. It would take 3 days. See, I have that emote. I don't know why. I fully don't know why. I don't know why I have that emote. It showed up at some point, and I was like, why? What did I do? It's demon hugging news up emote? Yeah, but we need like another one. We need a third one, Jack. It is... Yennefer! The equal opportunity killer! Hello, it's nice to meet you. Can you tell me where I am? Xiasha! Hello, my demon of the deep. My first 9 flipped upside down. Ah, not nice. But nice. It counts nice. Hello, hello, welcome back. Thank you for 99 months. We are so close to 100s. We are so close to 100, and I want to do something fun for that, and I don't know what! I wanted to make a little plushie, but every single place that has plushies, you're like, oh, well, then you have to do a sign up, but I want it just for a few people. I just want to, maybe I need to learn how to sew so I can make my own plushie. Because, oh man, 100 months! It's from viewing a stream together on last Friday. Oh yeah, I guess I did do that. Fo, were you playing Baldur's Gate on Friday? Because I watched Fo play Baldur's Gate. Maybe that was the one, actually. A rat, naturally. That would not be very noticeable as being Ronnie. Mushy! Oh, Mushy's very recognizable, actually. The bugs, I feel, would be cool. We could also just add more. Because the bugs both have bugs. So you could have... then it would be like, if we could do like the top halves. So you'd see the top halves of Noob, me, and Mushy. And then you could have like the bugs fly. Like, I know that would be so much effort to try to put into a single emote if you could have like the bugs fly in at the top. Or, I don't know. I feel like that could be something. Manos is also distinct. Oh, could pop it from the bottom? Oh, we don't have enough room in one emote. We need more emotes. We could make it a multi-emotes. Like multiple emotes together. That's strength. You could just keep making it longer, adding more streamers. My otter would also be too detailed. Yeah, I try to keep my little demon very, very undetailed. Like, just so incredibly easy to draw. Even I can draw him. I'm just curious, as an engineering project, like imagine you had 3 avatars that has space where you could put a streamer-specific asset and then you insert those into the final emoji for presentation. That, okay, yeah, that would be harder, way, way harder, but that would be super cute. You're right. Definitely Twitch would never allow us to do something so cool though. Maybe someone on Etsy can do a plush commission. Oh, actually, yeah, I hadn't even thought about that, of just commissioning someone. I will think about that, actually. I will think about that. That's actually not a bad idea. I streamed with Monkey on Friday to hack it. Oh, maybe that's what it's from. Like, I was just lurking on people streaming together. I was working, I missed part of this convo. We're trying to brainstorm a group hug emotes. Because some people missed the group hug because it was bugged everywhere. No pun intended. Mumpa's cat. Mumpa doesn't want to stream anymore. But I love Mumpa's cat so much. That's why I have all of the emotes that will disappear on VTTV. Who draws detailed emotes? Xiash, yeah. The emote is legion for it is many, literally. It would be cute though if you had like multiple that you could just like keep adding. Like, to be very honest, it's doable as an alert because you have full control of the input output of that display. Emotes are harder, but alert is totally doable. Like a group hug alert. You could then you could really just. I'm trying to imagine what that alert would look like. Oh, that would actually be really cute. I can build this. I have the technology. If you're open to crochet plushies, my friend does them. Do you have an example? Because I do love soft plushies a lot. What are we talking about? We're talking about group hugs and plushies. And how we should have a multi-streamer group hug. With like every stream. But like the problem is that there's a lot of streamers that I would want to have in a group hug emote. But there's only 3 in this one. I was like, oh, we could make like this exact group hug. but with like streamers. Then like Noob and me have very easy avatars, but then we were like, what's the easiest avatar we can add, basically. But then we were like, oh, we could have the bugs flying in from the top though, because it could be like just our heads from the top. I feel like there's like room for ideas here. Alert might be easier if you wanted a bunch. And then, but also like have it so that you can add people, like slowly over time. You could add more people if you wanted to. But like group hug, Moski, Jinzee, Noob. But then I would add more if it was an alert and I wouldn't have to think about like the constraints of the small emote box. I feel like I would add more people. Because then I could basically add everyone. Then it doesn't matter if an avatar is too detailed. Because it's on a big screen anyway, right? Have you an alert like Julie said, but you put like group... Like, then it could just be like... stream group hug, or just like group hug just in general, right? Because it could just be everyone. Could 1000% build this, Julie? We need to discuss this, because that's fun. Julie, I'm working on hacking the mainframe. Hack the planet! You can add me as the Tintel weapon. Just a spear. Just a spear showing up. Because that'd be fucking funny. You pointing at the group hug from a distance? Okay, but if we're doing people pointing, then no. First of all, Otter, you also deserve a group hug. But if we're doing pointing on the side, then Moo would have to be there too. Moo would not be in the group hug. You would both be pointing. You'd both have to be pointing. That'd be your chocobo. Oh, that's turned into Jinzee at this point. We're in it together. But Otter, you also have to get hugs. What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, let's see. Cause see this one is still 26. How come that's so high? How come that's so high and the Hagane ones are not? Do they have other advantages? Is their damage just straight up higher? It is, but not so much that it would make a difference. What about these? Is it the affinities, maybe? Like, something has to happen there. Me and Moo just like, look at these fools. But she doesn't need to be touched! So I should be pointing. Your other doesn't want to be touched. I hugged Otter, so... I will be touched. I'm like, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure we hugged several times, so... under attack, truly. How many hugging emotes are there now? I mean, like, individual ones, we have lots of them, but it would be a group hug. And it's like... I feel like Kyle would be there in bug form, though. Like, it's people's avatars. So the bugs would be bugs. Foe's leg? See, because Foe's avatar is technically just a person. Right? Oh, they are really cute, but I want soft ones, Carson. I want soft ones. I want the ones that, like, squish. That's why I was thinking of maybe I could do it myself somehow. But I don't think I'm not capable yet. Kyle's bug would have to be picking me up, just flying off. The bacon squishing. Yeah, but like, is it soft? I need it to be soft. Because I feel like crochet, you can feel like there's always bumps. I like the fully like the ones that you can like pet and then it's like soft. Yeah, soft. Soft. I would be very particular, I think. Okay, what is the difference here? Let me go up. I think I should just get rid of the bronze ones. No, these affinities are also way better. Am I just missing something? Like, is this spear just dumb strong for no reason? What about the types? Oh, also no. What the fuck? What am I missing? What am I missing? I'm so confused. The attack strength difference can't matter that much. Cause it's, okay, 5, 1, 18, 2, minus 3. It doesn't seem like it makes that much of a difference. But 6 attack strength points? Is that really the deal breaker over the affinity changes? Because I don't think it is. To me. Because they're more, the iron ones are more like centered, more like focused on one thing. It just seems like it makes more sense. Crochet with soft yarn. I get what you mean. Like, I guess velvet is what I'm saying. Like, yeah. That's... Why is the first thing that shows up a vintage Commonwealth crushed velvet green stuffed animal frog plush toy? Why is that the first thing we find? Alright, well, that's, it's a good example. It's a good example, I guess. It's this type of stuff. This is the material that I want. Where you like pet it and it's like, oh, soft. So soft. That's what I want. Excuse you, that's what it is. That's, what can you say? Okay, maybe if I meld it together with something, it'll be much better. Maybe it's just because you can have better poles. Yeah, because you can only... Well, okay, hold on. Can I do it with an iron? Or am I not allowed to do that with an iron? No, I can. That's so confusing. That's so confusing. I'm glad I can take these apart again. So that if I make dumb mistakes, it'll still be fine. This one's 11-1. Okay, so the grip is clearly much better. Like, I'm thinking maybe the blades are just not as good. 2-1 minus 3. Yeah, they're the same. Like, I'm just putting the exact same pole back together, basically. So what would we want to use on top of it? So we have human already, right? So we're basically... So we're everything a little bit, and then physical, no air, no fire. Physical edged. Can we do anything with that? They are all 3. Increases the success rate of non-magical attacks by 20%. See, Braveheart I feel like I kind of should use no matter what. I don't want any intelligence on it, because I'm not a caster, so I would want to put that on the Landar instead. If Plushie didn't screw me over completely and never paid me, I would have recommended them. Plushie? Wait, what did they do, Carson? Yeah, velvet fabric. That's what I wanted. But like, I want it to be really good because like 100 months is so long. And I kind of want to have like tiers for people who are like tier 3 to do like a little bit extra. I want to make sure the plushies are really good. Might be hard to vet, but some Etsy sellers are just storefronts for Chinese mass plushie producers. Yeah, see, I would prefer to use people that I know already. But that's why I wanted to do it through... oh, plushie, I think plushie I looked at before. I wanted to do it through like an actual like existing store. Yeah. They screwed you over? Man, that sucks because they do look very cute. And are they also Canadian? They do look really cute. That's super unfortunate. Oh wait, that one, so that one's intelligence. That is for humans, but we don't want that one, I think. Well, yeah, we don't. Well, you are also a human killer still. Oh, that's just because I put the Heralis on. Hold on. That's not what I meant. Oh, this is just like the total right now. Yeah. Yeah, so I want to focus on physical and edged only. Physical and edged only, maybe something from the new ones? Does anyone have like really good... Whoa, 30 for air, damn, alright. Not really. What about... Oh, they don't have a type. Oh, they don't have a type. Okay, so then I'm just gonna have to go on effect, I think. To some degree. Slightly increases air affinity. Slightly? 15 is not slightly. What do you mean? I did a campaign with them for my tomato plushie. We had to sell 50 plus of them to make them and spent a ton in boosting posts for it and commissioned a commercial for it for my friend Jade. And then they delivered but never paid me. Wait, seriously? And you can never do anything about that? Because that's crazy. Yeah, I would definitely not be going with them in that case. Another one I know is similar to Plushie is Makeship. Have one from a different content creator and they never complained. See, well, that's the thing, right? Like, I wanted to like kind of not do merch anymore and I wanted to make the plushies. I wanted to make them specifically for the 100-month anniversary. Like, I wanted to just send it to the people who got to 100 months. So I wouldn't want to have like a campaign. It wouldn't be like something that I would want open for everyone. And I haven't heard anything awful yet. It's been years and they never respond to me about payment. Can you like dispute that or take it to like small claims or something? Because that's super gross. I wonder if there's other people who've had that issue. Plushie never paid me. No, I mean like, no, I mean plushie. Shut up, Google. That's clearly not what I asked. Oh, there's barely anything on them, which is kind of interesting. Kind of weird. Kind of when Jinzee on this merch is horribly stressful, no. And you have so much now. Your merch is so cute though. Don't disable your store until I get the blanket at least. Makeship is just a bit harder to get a campaign off the ground. Yeah, I also just don't want to do it. Like, I'm gonna delete my entire merch store after December. If it's a one-time thing, then I think it's best to take your time to research a small maker custom shop who will work with you for a very specific commission. Yeah, and it would be multiple, right? Campaign thing is the problem, yeah. Especially with merch where you have to order a batch of them to be made and then people don't buy them. Tee, Otter! Oh no. Stunch, hello! Plush campaigns give me weird vibes. I get why they do it. Because they probably have to send like an order to their, to whatever factory makes them. And they only do it in like certain amounts or it becomes too expensive. I get why it's there. I just don't want to do it. I just don't want to do it. Because looking for a very short run, so a lot of bigger places aren't going to be interested. Yeah, no, exactly. Exactly. Well, I would probably make multiple though. I would make a good number of them. I also want one. like I would make a bunch of them for people also in the future who reach 100. Like it would just be the thing that you get for reaching 100. And then I would just like add little things for whatever tier you're on, for like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Volume is going to be difficult. You could work with independent artists maybe. Know someone who makes kigurumi full-time who might be able to make a small order of plushies. Yeah? You can link them to me. If you have like artist friends who might do the thing that I'm trying to get done, like definitely let me know. I'd rather it be through someone that I know is trustworthy. Not stressful for me. I just make Kyle handle it all. Oh my god. Didn't have to order a minimum, so that's fine. Like stickers? Oh god, yeah. I have your sticker. I have an otter sticker right here. It is very suspicious. When I drink too deeply, you will know. We are looking into plushies, yes. I want to know why plastic bottle caps stay attached to the bottle here, but not in the US? Why are we so behind the curve? Wait, you want to know why plastic bottle caps stay attached to the bottle here? That's only some bottles. That's not all of them. That's only for like the ones that are like very specifically made to be like distinctly reusable, I guess. So I think finding someone you know or something would be best. Maybe more expensive to make, but likely better. Yeah, you know, exactly. My merch store is currently like not really available stick. Like it's there, but it's not. It's there, but it's not. I need to make it to 100 now. I make my own stickers. That's because you are extremely cool, Branson, and I am not that cool yet. I could work on it. You could teach me. 65 more to know. Little Jinzee plushie, yeah. Well, it will be my little demon. I think that would be cute. I have an artist friend who's looking into a plush through their manufacturing and ask questions. Yes, ask questions. I would be very interested, Fanta. I have an extremely radical opinion on lingering bottle caps. Oh, go on. I don't think it's as radical as you think it might be. Go on. Just didn't remember where I found it. What, the stinkers? Oh, the merch. Oh, yeah, it was on my page before, but I removed the link. Just in general. They keep sending me emails about it. Found capybara plushies and it looks so nice. They even have a tiny turtle backpack. That's super fucking cute. I'm gonna put it on again in December stick, and I'm gonna put everything on at cost. So the people who want merch can just have it. I just don't make any money off of it. And then I will just delete the store after December, and that's it. That will be the last time. It's because I still... Like, the last merch I made was the quote merch. And that was for a goal, and I still have to make another one of that, but I keep, like, fussing about it. So that's kind of the reason also why it's giving me headaches. It's because I'm doing too much. I need to do less. Jinzee, do less. Literally. Every soda bottle I've had, there's a little tab that keeps the cap attached to the neck. It feels genius. Drop caps are a thing of the past. No, it's definitely not all of them. I can tell you that for sure. There are 100% also bottles that just twist off. But I know exactly the ones you mean, and I do also like those. They're easier to close. I sent you a photo. Oh god, am I gonna want to buy it too? Because it's super fucking cute. Oh, buddy! Oh, that's so fucking cute. Wait, hold on. Look at this fucking thing. It looks so soft. It's fucking cute. That is so cute. That's actually super fucking cute. I would kind of want to buy that one. I hate them. They are pointless and annoying. I get a bottle of yolk with a lingering cap. I shake the yolk. There's yolk in the cap. The cap touches my face as I drink. Oh, yes. I know. I agree with that too. But that's why I just have like this bottle, right? Stupid cap gets in the way sometimes. So true. You're not wrong. Oh, now everyone wants the capybara plushie. Sorry. And yes, I've seen exactly 0 caps like this. I've seen those caps in Canada, at least. I feel like North America does have them. I feel like a lot of the times they're used on like the energy drinks, like the sports drinks kind of things. They will often have them. Take my money, capybara. Capybara, capybara, capybara. Capybara. EU regulations made it so that all caps have to be attached. However, every one of them you can just rip off if you feel like, yeah, I was gonna say. Like the ones, because if you're talking about the ones that are like, that have like the very thin plastic attached to it, those always rip off, dude. No, they do not stay attached. Yogurt drinks, Aiden. Yeah, that's a good way to say yogurt. I love yogurt drinks though. I love yogurt drinks. I'm definitely a yogurt drink enjoyer. Increases the chance to evade non-magical attacks. Must be okay, so that's on his shield. Increases air affinity. Evade magical attacks. That's also a shield. Slightly increases water affinity. So now I feel kind of like I have to make a weapon for every affinity as well. Somehow. That seems like I don't want to do that, so it probably won't. I think I'll just use, like, the Braveheart kind of seems like the best one. Because it works for everything. Braveheart kind of seems like the best gem in general. I wish I had more of them. Okay, put Tyndall back together. Tyndall. You know. You're way cooler to do anything. Can't have yogurts? Some say from the cabinets have? Don't worry, there are other things that will also get in your way. I hope Tinella's okay. Okay, now let's put together a new Landar. But this one will actually have magic on them. I think, if I can help it. This one would only want blunt. 5 blunt? No, 8 blunt. You don't have a Hiragana one, right? Or do you? No, maybe. 6 and 9, but that's edged. Would I want edged? Do I have a better edged anywhere else for anything else? No. So what else do you work on? Axes, maces, and staves. Okay, so we would want... Oh, actually, yeah. Because that is a 2. This one is 2. This one is 1. But it does have way better blunt. I kind of want the blunt. Wait, but that one can't have a gem? Can this one have a gem? You can. Okay, we want a gem. Just gonna have to make that sacrifice. Whenever I craft in my game, my brain wants to sing better, faster, stronger, right? Smell of yogurt makes me nauseous. No yogurt for me. I'll eat all your yogurts. Use the freshest of leaves when making your affinity ephemeral. I swear to God. Thunder will be better. It's gonna have blackjack and hookers and blunt. Had a great day at the Rotterdam Zoo. Took so many photos and videos that my phone basically died. Time to buy an actual camera. I do though. Am I wrong? None of these... No, they do. The power of the Jinn gives you high intelligence. Like, I'm making an actual mace, I guess. That makes more sense. In terms of, casting? Like, proper casting? Although... and there isn't one that is just for... magic attacks. That one doesn't exist. It only has one for evading. And I don't want that right now. So I think I just want the highest intelligence, which is Jinn Amber. So he would only be good against air, and everything else he would be kind of shite against. But spells though. And I do also have air spells. So that should be something. Okay, so we have that one now. Now, I want to make my katana a two-handed sword. That's strength, though. That's strength. So what would you... Wait, so what would you... You have no type. Yet. That's physical again. I think I need something for undead, though. So maybe I'll do that with the gems. We don't really need agility. 2 cross guards, another cross guard, a knuckle guard, another cross guard. Okay, so it's between these two. I don't need intelligence. It's definitely not going to be blunt. For great swords, blunt? 862 though. But we have Lander for blunt. I think we're going with the knuckle guard. Even though that will make us a little slower. Oh, and it can have 2 gems. Oh. I have no type. Every arrow ace. My type is anti. We're doing Droogs? Depends. It's not 11 anymore. You got Kylan Rain Prince Ice? Which ones did you get? If you do not sharpen them, every weapon can be blunt, or if you turn them around, to be fair. How many times I'm going to be asked if I smoked while here when I get back home? That I'm being asked if I went to the red light district? That's the extent of what they know about the Netherlands. I swear to God, like, they think everyone in the Netherlands always, like, smokes up, no matter what. I don't know what's up with that. Like, most people don't even. Literally, they do not. Against evil enemies. I guess I could do the evil enemies. This one's both the shield again. Every day, every hour. Evade numbness. Must be equipped on a shield again. All the good ones are on the shield here. I guess I could at least make this one good to everything. I could make you a dragon and... Well, no, you lower dragons. Maybe beast? Okay, I could do undead and human. Let's do undead and human then. That'll have to do. This is not ideal, but I guess we can just switch them out as many times as we need. Okay, who wants to be my two-handed katana? New weapon. New weapon. Smoking dope or dopely smoking? I feel like you'd do both on one of those. Smell it on more people at home than I have here. That's mostly because it is legal. Well, legal. It's like legal in the Netherlands, which is wild because everyone's always like, oh, the Netherlands. Yes, everyone does it. Okay, but it's like technically there are a lot of limits to it still. New weapon! Can't be a weapon unless it has ice powers. There's only water, so that doesn't exist. There will never be one. What is this, Solitaire? I'll be two-handed katana. Jinzee seems like a capable meister. Actually, they're pretty easy to handle as well. Do you want your full name? Or do you just want ephemeral? Or do you want eel? What would you like it to be? More appropriate to say that weed is not illegal as opposed to legal. Yes, honestly. It's actually more legal than... it's more legal in Canada than it is in the Netherlands. I'll have to be content to be used in Expedition 33. Oh, I'll use you alright, buddy. Ephemeral sounds like a cool name for a sword. It kind of does, doesn't it? Oh, I went right past the P. Ephemeral. Ephemeral. Is ephemeral okay? I hope so. Okay, now I just gotta put some gems on shields. Which one would I want? Probably, So this is the only one I would be using. Unfortunately, I can only put one gem on it. So what do I want? Probably I probably want the magical evade ones. Because I feel like the physical ones I don't have that many issues with. Honestly. We'll have a mana breaker. If we ever need to use it. Okay. That's all we have, I think. That's it. We actually should probably put our gear on in that case. Alright. So we are in a... I want to say a humanoid zone. So let's have ephemeral. No, we don't need that because we're two-handing. I want to get rid of all of my bronze, I think. I think the bronze... I'm just going to delete the bronze armor. If you disagree with that, speak now or forever hold your peace. But bronze armor doesn't seem like it is very useful because I can't turn them into anything else. Exactly, Revenant. Exactly. We have what in the Netherlands we call this gedoogbeleid. And gedogen basically means you're dealing with it's more like we're not gonna fuck with you. We don't think you should, but we're not gonna arrest you for it. It's I don't know how to. I don't think there is an English word for it. Actually, it literally is just like I see nothing. It's kind of like that. But that's how we've just had it since forever. I don't know why. Hope you can use ephemeral to sever some ephemeral arteries. You had to think about that one, didn't you, Duke? You had to think about that one. Unbelievable. Is the gauntlet just objectively better? Yes. And it's not close. It is not close. Okay. Like, the bronze... I feel like there are some use cases for bronze, but it is just not many. I'm gonna say... We'll do Chainkoi for now. Do I find a Hagane? So this to tolerate something. Yeah, but it's more like unspoken public shame. It's like tolerating but not. Cause it's more if you don't talk about it, then you're fine. But if you talk about it, then it's not fine. So we don't, it's not like you're tolerating it. It's more that you are pretending it's not there. And then we can all do that together as a society. And, you know, there's like actual shops you can buy it on, but we can't call them weed shops. We have to call them coffee shops, which is like, like everyone knows. Everyone knows, but you're not really allowed to know. You know you do it, just don't do it out in the open. Kind of a little bit, yeah. But like weirdly everyone's still talking about it anyway, which is very funny. I used to live in the drug capital of the Netherlands. People would constantly come up to me asking me where to get the drugs when I was just like minding my business in town. Because we had this entire street, the Molenstraat, all drugs. The entire Molenstraat, all drugs, all of it. Everyone knew. But it's just like just make it legal at that point. Don't ask, don't tell, yeah. Turning a blind eye a little bit, yeah. Don't ask, don't tell. To some degree, yeah. Sounds like it falls under look the other way. Yeah, and they have to look really, really hard. Wait, did it break? Did you break again? You haven't been broken in so long. You haven't been broken in so long! Let me do one for you. What's not drugs? Sometimes it just, I don't know why it breaks sometimes. What's the limit? Like 5 grams? Anything 5 grams and less, nobody pays attention to you. Yeah, and you're not allowed to grow it in a certain amount. You are, I think, allowed to have like 1 plant at home. But okay, here's the funny thing about that. It is suspicious because the funny thing about that is because it is not legal while being legal, all of the people who sell it, because like, okay, because this is the weirdest thing. You can sell it. You can legally sell weed. You cannot grow weed. I feel like if you're hearing me say this, you already know where this is going. Where do they get the weed? Criminals! There we go! Like, who considered this? Who? Like, everyone's like, yeah, like, don't ask me where I got this, but I can legally sell, like, fucking hell, dude. They don't think about this, well, don't worry about it. I feel like not talking about it is a real challenge for smokers. The number of times someone randomly asks a streamer if they smoke. People ask me all the time, the moment they learn I'm Dutch, they're like, oh, do you smoke weed? I'm like, no, I don't smoke anything. Now get out of my chat. I'll take lesbians, bet you will. Thank you for the biddies. Let's go, lesbians, let's go. Where are we going? To war. For ice cream, also. Yeah, 1 or 2 plants. It's like tiny amounts. Hi, Marcus. Hello. Not legal while being legal, just like the US. Don't make any sense? It does not make any sense. And even funnier, okay, again, because I lived in the drug capital of the Netherlands, we also had wheat farms around. Everyone knew they were wheat farms. The reason you know that they're wheat farms is that 1, the light is always on. 2, they have giant fucking solar panels because it is too expensive otherwise with all the heat lamps. Like the amount of times it was on the news where it's like, yes, the weed plantation got caught because they kept stealing electricity from their neighbors and the energy bill was racking up. Like, that's the main reason they ever get caught. Sounds so American. We found it on the streets. It just grew, actually, in the woods. You can't grow it, it's against federal law, but we won't bother you if you do it. Probably. Officer, I saw I just fell off the back of someone's truck. Just your Netherlands tangent. It's just, weed is so weird for us. Also an ad is playing, excuse me. Dutch weed laws are weird, Vargas. Sounds like they don't want to prosecute for distributing or possession, but they still don't want non-legal grow-ups. But it's like, just legalize it. People are growing it anyway. They're doing it. Allowed to sell, but not to grow is very backwards and sounds like something the US would do. Apparently it is, yeah. Why do lesbians want my ice cream? Is it for witch spells? Yes, and also eating. Infrared maps of the place must have been a good deep shade of red. Yeah, literally. You don't believe we have a demonic weed summoning circle? Yeah, honestly, they just don't think we're talented enough. And I take that as a personal slight. My May's grandparents' place, there's so many huge greenhouses growing wheat there. Yeah, and like for us, it's in Canada, it's legal, right? Like it's completely fine, which is very funny because I think a lot of the wheat farms, like the legal places, are kind of failing because too many people are doing it. How do you know someone is growing something suspicious in Finland? The roof has no snow or ice during winter, yeah? You can't grow it, transport it, plant it, or buy it, but hey, you sure as hell can sell it in the coffee shops. In the coffee shops. All this Dutch talk makes me want to make a Dutch baby. Do it. I still haven't had a Dutch baby. When somebody told me that Dutch baby was a thing that existed, I was very concerned for a second. That's why if you're gonna have a grow up in the winter, do it in the basement and not in the attic. I think maybe always do it in the basement. Just in case. Not that I would ever do it. Also, this is not legal advice. Obviously. Why would you think that? Do not sue me. Oh, thank God I have Aganes for that one. Okay, I don't really know what I want to use for these now. Like, do I just want the beast one? Because we are fighting a lot of beasts in this area too. Jinzee, stop hiccuping. Okay, sorry. I think I will, actually. Oh, okay. Wait, they also... I didn't realize they had a type. Ooh. Oh, Jinzee, shut up. Sorry. Yeah, we'll still have the swan song, I think. So now we must have, at this point, we have pretty good beast damage. Can I see my stats? Yes, Jinzee, you can see your stats. You go to your stats screen. Thank you. What? Why is it on... Why is it 0? Babe, why is it 0? How about now? Is it still 0? Is it still 0? You say hello? I could have sworn you were here earlier. Am I crazy? Dutch babies are so tasty and so easy to make. All you need is a cast iron skillet. I do have a cast iron skillet. It's illegal advice. You know, exactly. Legalizing and regulating it would be just purely beneficial for the country. It would be, but then who would they yell at? Who would they yell at? Used to grow it when I lived in a bigger place in the state. That was cool with it. I miss growing it. It was fun. See, I really hate the smell of it. I actually hate the smell of weed so much. I think it smells like skunk, literally. I think one of the names for weed is also skunk. But it literally does smell like skunk. Having now smelled skunks, it smells like skunk. And it's gross. You just tell yourself to stop hiccuping? Sometimes it doesn't work, Julie. I had it yesterday and it wouldn't stop. Can confirm my mom's side were moonshiners and rum runners. All backwoods. See? Just woke up. I had exam crash. Oh, I hope the exams went well, though. Another name for Dutch baby is Hootenanny? Hootenanny? Interesting. That doesn't sound very Dutch, but fair. I like the over-engineering of it. Of the rum running? Fair enough. Wait, why do I not have stats here? I have stats. I have gear equipped. What the fuck? I have gear equipped. What? Ha? What's happening to my stats, y'all? What the fuck? Okay, now I have to level everyone's PP again. We've been in here for too long. No wonder I take way longer to finish any game. Alright, we're putting everything away. Absolutely everything. Even the bronze things? Yeah, I'm not even gonna look at it right now. If I need room in here, I guess we'll find out. Just in case. There were some people growing weed in a house adjacent to the university building I used to work in. They were smart enough to work out that stealing electricity from a university science building wouldn't go unnoticed for a long time, but would go, but not smart enough to patch the holes in the roof that essentially acted like a beacon every night. Making bat signaled law enforcement. Incredible. Very smart. Love that for them. In my country, every village, every second house has or had. Still, my granduncle had like 50 liters still full copper now. It sits in its daughter's barn. Wait, does it age really well? It's still illegal, but the coppers don't prosecute it. They just know who makes the best. Are they getting bribed with good booze? Is that why? Okay, the circle shield can go. I am gonna toss the bronze and leather, but I think I might keep some of the iron for now. Just because... I don't have so much room, though. Maybe I'm lying. Why is accessories in here, too? I will keep the Spangenhelm because that one has some applications, I think, but the chain glove doesn't really. Alright, here I can have 48 of them. Oh, I wish I had more, though. I wish I had more of the same ones. Okay. There, we're all set again. We're so powerful now. Of course they are. Oh. Dutch baby can also be called a German pancake, a Bismarck, a Dutch puff, a hooligan, or a hootenanny. That's so many names. That's too many names. Okay, wait. Whose pee-pee is low? Is it everyone? Yes. Okay, I have to put the pee-pee back on then. For a minute. Just at the top. I might keep it there anyway. I don't feel like I use the gain magic very much otherwise. Wait, not DP? PP. Inflicts additional damage and adds that amount of PP. Okay, yes. That's the one. They were invented in Seattle. A lot of things that are called Dutch were not actually made in the Netherlands. I don't know why. Don't drink the first batch unless you want to go blind from methanol poisoning. Wait, then nobody should ever drink the first batch, right? Copper doesn't erode and has very good conductivity, heat distribution, so if you clean it properly, you can keep it going almost forever. Hacks with Vartgas? Alright, okay. So, I imagine I can follow you. Can I? I can. I can't. Oh. Oops. Why are you guys working together all of a sudden? I guess because they knew I was watching, but still. The US, some things that are called Dutch are sometimes actually German because of Deutsch. Yeah. Yeah, I know. But, man. Even then, it's not even German half the time. Like, somebody went to a Dutch barbecue. Someone told me about this in Ducky stream. They went to a Dutch barbecue and they had fucking soup. Now, I'm sorry. The Germans know how to barbecue. They're not gonna serve soup. Get out of here with that. I did want to see what Sydney had planned for a little agent here. But now it is time to end the game. Rosenkranz, kill him. Wait. He's Rosenkranz? Wait. Show him your power. Show him you make the dark kneel. How you make the dark... Wait, but I thought he was Rosenkranz. He's not. He's not. He's Ginstern then, maybe? No, he's Romeo something else. I thought he was a Romeo Rosenkranz. Am I crazy? Let me open the manual. Where's my manual? Because I swear to God. No, yeah, he's Guildenstern. I fucked the two up. It's fine. It's like Jinzee's mortal enemies, the Pennsylvania Dutch. Yeah, soup. Legit never heard of a Dutch barbecue? Well, they have soup there apparently. Ain't never barbecue soup before. I am still hung up on the Dutch barbecue. Yes, I am, and I will remain so for the rest of my life. Nothing wrong with some sides? Well, when it's soup though? Duo, when it's soup? Come on, Kartoffelsalat. A nice baguette with cream cheese, garlic cheese. Ah, You have options, and they can't be soup. Also, welcome in, duo. What soup? I'm gonna put my soup on their barbecue, imagine. It'll only heat. How does one go barbecue with soup? That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking. You make the dark meals, what I heard. I'm disappointed. It's soup. The dark meal is soup. On the barbecue. Lifting random names from a Shakespeare concordance. Maybe there is relevance. Look, this man is into kinky things of that outfit. Oh, absolutely. But I'm also wearing leather in fairness. Maybe it was a chilly fall barbecue. Imagine having a barbecue in... Okay, but then you should definitely not have soup. Unless it is a very, very, very thick, very full soup. Maybe, but get mentioned. I love soup, but I would never expect it at a barbecue. And you shouldn't. Onion soup, I bet. I have words for the people who set up that barbecue. At this point, I feel more Dutch than the Pennsylvania Dutch. I've at least visited the country, and you wouldn't serve soup at a barbecue, right? Bringing soup to a barbecue is like the writers writing Game of Thrones last season. Yeah, just a horror show. Remember in the South, vegetable sides include mac and cheese? Okay, but that I can see. I can see that. Snares, I miss it. You can make snares at home. I can even make it in Canada. There's enough stuff to make it here. Stew is the superior liquid metal. Actually, I think... Where was this? I think I was playing Final Fantasy XII when someone was like... No, there was like snared on the menu. I can't remember. Or was it the... sorry, we're closed. And someone was like, that's not real. And I was like, no, it is. Culinarily impaired? Okay, have someone else make it for you. If you consider chili a soup? Chili is not a soup. No, absolutely not. My pleasure. We meet again, Ashley. See, I knew you were bad news the first time, because I am very smart. You have no idea how long I've waited to measure swords with you. What do you mean? You see, I've known you for a long time. Exclamation marks! I was the one who set you up as the VKP's errand boy. What is Mix It Up doing today? What the fuck, Mix It Up? Frey! God damn, Mix It Up. And I have you to thank for my current lack of employ. What? Here, let me jog your memory. Everyone is doing that all the time right now. Oh, you're gonna jog my memory by fighting me. Okay, hold on. How do I want to ensorcel myself? Let me analyze this man. 0%! Never mind. Never mind. Okay, let me Prostasia and myself and tarnish this man. Okay, when he's a little bit closer, let me tarnish this man. Love this man's theme. Leather. Measure swords. Ah, there it is. We always knew. Can I tarnish you now? 0%! I straight up don't know how to hit people. I don't know how to hit people, it turns out. Vile Scar. You're a vile scar. Oh, it's poison. That's okay, we can fix that. With Shaman. I don't feel safe. Maybe it's because my PP is low. Actually, maybe that's why I can't hit him. Why are you running away like a little bitch? Because you're about... Oh, you are literally just a caster again, aren't you? Right on! I'm gonna have to break your fa... 0! What do you... What do you mean 0? I bounced it back. Was that supposed to be physical? Was it a weapons art? I feel like maybe that was a weapons art. But can you cast weapons art? I guess you can. Wouldn't serve soup at anything labeled as barbecue, regardless of cultural traditions. Thank you so much. Chili is a bisque. My mom makes a meat snare. There you go. Ask your mom. I wonder if the use of Dutch in America started derogatory, as the Dutch colonial empire was still a thing. It's argued to be more violent, though not as widespread as the English and Spanish equivalent in its heyday. Apparently it's because of Deutsch. Apparently it's because of the Germans coming in. And I get this a lot, actually, weirdly, for people who do not know that Deutsch exists, and that's German. When I say that I am Dutch, they start spewing German words at me, and I have to tell them, oh, baby, no. The other one. The phrasing, I was like, wait, let me listen to that. Like, is it though? Yeah. PP low in sword measuring contest? Yeah, that doesn't work out. I'm gonna try to break his face. Because they are all the same amount anyway. So edged weapon, physical human. This is a human weapon I'm using right now, but I still have to learn about this one. Yeah, I still have to learn about this one really, really hard. I have to heal. Oh no, I'm dead. Oh, I'm dead. It's definitely a weapon art, and I am dead. Thankfully, I saved. Wait, was it here that I saved? Yes, okay. At least I am smart about it. Somehow. Oh, maybe he'll give me a key for that. Potentially. Let me ensorcer myself first. Oh, the Germans! People think Dutch and Deutsch are the same thing. Yeah, because they don't really know much about the Dutch. They think the Dutch is Netherlands. Only, exclusively. Open the door. Oh no, don't put your weapon away, Ashley! Oh, Ashley. Same people that mix up Swiss and Swede. Yes. They definitely get mixed up a lot. Okay, so should I be doing the other one? Oh, too slow. Because I think they are really just sword arts. And he keeps running away because he is a baby. I'm gonna break his legs, I think. I am in Canada land right now, yes. I moved to Canada several years ago, but I am Dutch. I'm trying to break your legs, come back. I also want pee-pee. And I don't think... Okay. Is that magic? I don't know what that is. But if it's costing you health, then that's a good thing, I'm assuming. Oh, not antidote. I think my PP doesn't really matter right now. Because the percentage would be like nothing. I do though, I need PP. Because otherwise my weapon doesn't do much. It means phantom points, listen. What I'm getting from that is people are just dumb. Well... Maybe bubbled a little bit. Australia and Austria, oh my god. Or people saying that Germany and Austria are the same thing. I'm in Montreal. Do you speak French? I'm assuming you do. My badge came in! Amazing, Jan! No, it's still at 0. I need more PP. It's supposed to... Hold on, let me read the PP description again. I swear it's just my hitting. Where's my PP? The greater value, the higher to attack. Phantom points gradually decrease while the weapon and shield remain drawn. Yeah, but like... Oh, they don't tell you. Oh. I swear... Hold on. No, I was reading... He just keeps on keeping on, doesn't he? Oh, am I dead again? No. I almost am. If they are weapon arts, then he is slowly killing himself. Killing me not that softly. Oh, not this one. I'm dying. I could just run around in that case. Quebec French is a bit all over the place. Yeah, I guess we would call it Quebecois instead. Actually, I feel like I pronounced that wrong. I feel like it's not actually pronounced Quebecois. This is not a P organ. Hey. The P organ was very useful. What do you mean? Okay, let me see. Can I see his health go down? Am I allowed to see that? No. His legs are good. I wish they weren't. See, for some reason this is still 0. I don't know why. So, quick manual. My PP. Status, risk effects. Maybe, no. That's abnormalities. Oh, you're just not gonna tell me, are you? Maybe arms and armor. Yeah. 3 is phantom points. Oh my god. This section explains damage points and phantom points. Okay, that's the only one I want. BP increase as you use the weapon or a piece of armor. Okay, yeah, see, it is that. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. Oh, that one is like really, really, really that pretty. First of all, very pretty. I am going to try to break some part of your head, maybe. That was too fast, but it did do damage. Because I think if it spells, then it should be fine, right? No, don't do anything. I'm gonna heal myself. Let's just find out. If it spells, then we'll know. I'm like, Insect Antenna is a whole new level of anime here. We call him Crickets. Because he's a cricket. Oh, he's using items. Okay. Wait, does that heal your head? Does that heal your head for you? Fuck, it does! Oh, fucked up. Nah, fucked up. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Nah, that's fucked up. I don't like that. That's my thing. That's my thing! Oh, and he's doing more damage now somehow. Okay, hold on. I still want to try to break your head. Although your legs are really annoying too. I wish you didn't have those. You keep running away. Polish your pee organ from time to time to keep it in good condition. Otherwise, how will you fight? Close enough. Quite on the English side, but I've lived here all my life. Oh, fair enough. I do want to learn French at some point, just because I'm in Canada now. I feel like it is worthwhile. Have my own points in this game? Yes. And also you have a really powerful ability connected to you. I just can only use it like once. Also, hello, Leonard. Did I say hello? Do you usually play a lot of retro? Tuesdays are my retro days, so I'm catching up on all the games that I've always wanted to play and never did. And Monday and Thursday are my main games, so we're playing Expedition 33 right now. But yeah, only retro on Tuesdays. Okay, better this time, Jinzee. You need to do a lot. At least, oh fuck. At least oh fuck is not what we're doing, actually. That's also way too fast. And he's gonna recover 50 HP. Stop that. First of all, that's not enough damage to offset. Oh man, I haven't practiced enough with the weapon yet. And I don't really know his weakness. Maybe I should change weapons just to see if one of them is oh, he jumped. Let's see if one of them is better. Let's see about the Stigma real quick. That one is also one-handed. Nope, that one's worse. We have to try. Depends where in Canada you are. It has its benefits for sure. I like learning languages either way. So it's not... I would try to learn a new language every so often either way, so... In that sense... Oh, it has a higher hit chance. Tyndall has a higher hit chance. So that is good. What about Landar? Because we do kind of want the hit chance to be manageable. This might kill me, actually. Oh, this almost killed me. Wait, so am I... Oh, yeah, I got silenced. Oh, now I'm dead. Okay. So we didn't check the Landar yet now, though. Not really, because I think we might have broken our arm or something. So let's just see if that one might be a little bit better. Also because I can have his shield. Not that the shield is super useful right now. But we might be able to break his arms more. He'll just heal. But maybe that's okay. Prostasia. Only wish this game had a better variety of biomes. 98% tan catacombs. Yeah, because we're... Well, I guess it's because we're going around the city, right? Specifically. So I get it. Missed your answer yesterday to what your next main game may be. Oh, just we're gonna do a few short ones. Gonna do some indie stuff in between, because I kind of want a new computer for KCD. I know you're gonna attack first. If I can learn to bounce these back better. Too fast. 66. So no, not really. Yeah. No, I think it still is the best one. I think it still is the best one, unfortunately. It doesn't have a very, but let's see if maybe... Let's see. Physical. No, we'll try it still. We'll just have to learn to get really good with it. Learning languages is voodoo to me. I like being able to learn more languages. Did you know Monkey is fluent in 8 different languages and even translates in those languages professionally? There's a name for that. What's that called again? Some people just like, once you learn what your way of learning a certain thing is, like once you've got that down, it's like, okay, this is how I absorb knowledge, it becomes that much more easy. That much easier. Also, if you already know a bunch of languages, it also becomes a lot easier. Just because at that point, there's a lot of overlap. I wish I could analyze this, man. Okay, can I do both of these? Because there are 2 buffs. Does it overwrite? It does not. Oh wait, maybe. So is it physical? It's physical. Okay, so they are definitely sword arts. And I can have both. They are sword arts or weapon arts? Polyglot, that's the word. Yes. Thank you, Rain. Thank you, Julie. Okay. Now this might actually help. Okay, we have a 5 on you. 5 could be good. I speak German, but can pretty confidently understand Dutch and Danish. Yeah, I feel like if you're Dutch, you can to some degree understand German. If you're German, you can to some degree understand Dutch. But then if you're actually trying to have a conversation in those languages opposite each other, you're lost. I've tried it. You're lost. Because when I started learning German, I was like, oh, this will be much easier because it's basically Dutch, right? Me when I lie to myself. Me when I lie to myself. I had attention span longer than today. I'd learn all the languages I could. The way that it made learning languages easier for me is like trying to find a way where you can actually apply it in a way that is interesting to me, right? Because I have ADHD pretty aggressively. If I am not using the language for something that interests me, I'm not gonna learn it. So for me, video games. Because that's how I learn English as well. My list is English, Kanto, Mandarin, Hakka, Toizen, Japanese beginner, and French beginner. Yo, that's also a hell of a list. Sword arts but not online. No, we don't have the bad story arcs. Sword art better be offline. Oh my god. Same brain? Speaking is different, yeah. I tried my best when the coolsties were over. I was like, you speak as much German as you can, so I can try to maybe just do a little bit of practice, but that was hard. I tried to speak as much of it as I could, but finished Apothecary Diaries. I know. Wait, I haven't even seen the new episodes yet. I've been really behind. I feel like I'm gonna just like rewatch it from the start. It's a good show. Oh, I love Apothecary Diaries. They have like the perfect dynamic that I love so much. I have no idea how I managed to learn English. I didn't understand anything more than the basic. Cat, dog, yes, no, please, thank you. Didn't learn anything in school. Just the traditional immersive learning. Music, movies, games. I suddenly just understood one day without trying to learn. Well, that's the thing, right? Because that's Otter too. That's me too. It's just like, oh, I'm doing things that I like in this language, so now I just know the language. Someone who writes novels in English. It's a horrible language and it's beautiful. I feel like Dutch is a very harsh language. But you can write it to not be harsh. Normal speaking, though, always sounds very harsh to me. No one understands Danish? Are you sure? What about the Danish? It's so slow. Oh, like the attacks are so much slower. I'm used to Landar now. I still want to break your face. Just for the damage, though. Oh no! Okay, the risk is much lower, though. The risk doesn't go up as much. Is it because the risk only goes up with missing, maybe? Is that why? You see, you have one language that most people have in common, right? Does sound harsh to an English native. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the times it's also the g sounds. Skull, I could kiss you. Do it. The Danish just speak Norwegian with a spicy accent. Oh god, Jag. Jag, spicy takes? Don't let them hear that. Oh fuck. Oh no. Excellent! Am I dead? No? No, I'm not. Okay. Oh, okay, 105 is not that bad, actually. You might save there, actually. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. They are anonymous. I feel like he's gonna heal next. It feels like he would heal. I don't have any arts on this yet. I need to heal soon. My block arm is dying. Is that actually a bad thing, though? Do I care that much? I want to make sure I have mana later, but I think I could use an item just instead. The two aren't equivalent, but I don't find Danish harsh because I've had a lot of Welsh in my life. They sound vaguely similar. No, it doesn't. Okay, so I looked at my risk there. It doesn't seem like it's... I wonder what governs that. Because sometimes, like the spear specifically then, I guess the lander as well, the risk goes up much faster. I have to figure out what the hell's up with that. Wish I knew enough to have small conversations here, but really I just know hello, goodbye, good morning, good night, and how to exchange names. Well, if you spend a lot of time around people speaking Dutch all the time, I think it would be easier, but you've probably already noticed that the minute people figure out that you're not Dutch and you speak English, they will just switch to English. From the Danish I've heard there's some equivalent sounds. Oh, I've never really heard Welsh spoken very much. The only person I've heard say anything in Welsh ever is Taliesin. And self-admitted he doesn't know that much Welsh. Which, maybe he'll change that one day. Nice! That was right on! Die, please. I don't do enough damage, but I'm trying my best. I'm glad I made this weapon before I went in here. I'm so glad I did that. Damn. Okay, we're on 88 now. Yeah, I figured you would. I don't really want to remove my risk necessarily, though. But it might be worth it. But look at the damage increase. If you hit, look at the damage increase. If I just chain better, because if I heal, I lose damage. Danish sounds like a drunk person that swallowed a potato and it's stuck in its throat. I don't mind how Danish sounds very much. Thank you for English being so ubiquitous, for sure. How many times in your life have you heard German sounds so aggressive and does it make you go insane too? I feel like, okay, I don't know if this is all take, I don't think it is. When people say German sounds aggressive, the only thing they ever reference is things like that one Hitler scene. Where it's just like, Das war ein Befehl! That one, where it's just like, yeah, he's shouting and he's being aggressive. So it will probably sound aggressive for that reason. And then whenever someone is like speaking German and like, no, it sounds really aggressive, they will also say something artificially aggressive, like they will use an aggressive tone and it's like, yeah, that's because you're using an aggressive tone. So that it sounds aggressive. They always start talking aggressively to prove it. Literally. As a German, it's not a pretty language. Also, it's not aggressive. Yeah, it's because they only know, like, the few times they've heard German, it's always been in, like, a movie where they were aggressive. Watch Dark. Dark is a really good German series. Watch it in German, obviously. I know Netflix will automatically put it in English. Switch it to German. And then tell me it sounds aggressive all the time. It doesn't. Panzerkampfwagen, the Krankenwagen. See, we call it that in Dutch as well, actually. Ziekenwagen. Same word, actually. We do the same thing, just like schildpads. Don't be participating, Matt. What should we watch in German? Dark! I will see! Speaking of incredible Germans, I will see. U-Boat is also a great movie? I have not seen that one. I did. I summoned Coolsey by talking about Coolsey. I was talking about how I was trying to speak as much German to you in Cool Life when you guys are here. But it was really hard. I only speak Dutch and English. I speak very broken German, duo. But that was a work in progress. German is sexy, talk to me in German, and then it turns out they're into historical roleplay, which... No! Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that. At least I didn't tell you about the whip. Come on, hit him in the face. Okay, fine, I'll remove my risk. Fine. After this one. After I miss. Wouldn't it be funny if he died before that? He did not. Okay, I don't want to lose it too much. Oh, I forgot I had this! Oh, but it's not a spell, is it? It's not a spell. I only have one Vera potion. I don't want to use that one. He's not worth it. Oh no! I've known some very camp Germans over the years. Like Otter? Oh no, Otter! Do the runway one instead. Please. Super long and depressing, but it's still a good movie. It's one of those, you're happy you saw it, but won't watch again. I don't watch depressing movies anymore, period. I don't know. Does that make me, shallow? I don't know. I have given up forever on watching depressing movies. I don't want to see them. I have enough depression in my life. I want to watch cute shit. Cute shit or certifiably cool shit. I want to watch all of those things, but if the movie is going to depress me, I will turn you off. Cool Wave, appreciate your German tremendously. Yeah, I was doing it in a large part for Cool Life as well, because I know, like, we were both nervous about it. He can't die, he has the high ground. Oh, watch me climb the stairs. The movie is called Das Boot, yeah. What about the people he murdered? What? Murder! Nerillon, thank you so much for 74 months. One of my favorite games? Really? I've actually had a lot of people coming in saying it's one of their favorite games, which surprises me because I don't hear that many people talk about it. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the resub. Hope you're doing well today. Should know that I'm becoming such an Anglo. You're becoming an Anglo? What does that mean? I took a cute shit? No, that's okay. We don't take pictures of that. No depressing movies, yeah. There's a lot of boat movies is what I'm hearing. Fine if a movie makes me cry as long as the movie itself is a hopeful ending. Yes. Yes, exactly. Like I can have good cries where it's like, oh, that's so fucking cute. And then everyone lives happily ever after. I'm okay with that. One of those sneaky good games. Ooh, I see. Valid, like some people do that though. They take pictures of it, which is weird. This game is more of a cult classic. I feel like it died in obscurity, but it's really cool. I wonder if it's just because of the obscure mechanics. Because I have had a few people come in as well. Actually, today as well, who were like, I didn't understand anything about this game. And I get it, because I also don't. I'm starting to understand a little bit more of it, but the game doesn't explain anything very well at all. And so I end up having a lot of zero damage as well, but what I feel like I need to do is just swap weapons more. Like I need to build a menagerie of weapons, basically, that focus on very specific enemies. Like that's why I'm trying to build like a human weapon and like an undead weapon, that sort of thing. I moved too much and Ares left me. No, Ares, come back. Pre-German or German unification? Wait, what? Square was very experimental on PlayStation 1. On PlayStation 2 still a bit as well. PlayStation 2 is my favorite console still to this day. That's my main collection focus. But a lot of PlayStation 1 games, like... I still can't find Kudelka, man. Do you know how hard it is to find a copy of Kudelka in good state with the manual? Impossible. Final Fantasy 8, Vagrant Story, Legend of Mana, really cool games with so many unconventional design choices. See, and with 8, I also get it, but 8 kind of has the same issue. I love 8 personally, but I understand that people who got sick of 8 for the combat, because 8 does not explain to you in any fashion that leveling not necessarily a good thing. Like when you go into a Final Fantasy or really any RPG, you're gonna think, oh, leveling is good, right? Leveling makes you more powerful. And then 8 comes along. I get it. I understand it. I fully do. Stuff is just so expensive now. Yeah, because of like the collecting. I still want to get Kudaka at one point, but I think I have made my peace with the fact that I'm gonna have to shell out a good amount of money if I ever want to own it. PlayStation 2 went too hard. So many classics on PlayStation 2. But I've also picked up a few PlayStation 3 games that I want to play that I never got a chance to play because I never had a PlayStation 3. I love 8, but it's weird and confusing. Yeah. It would have been a lot sexier for you to roleplay Bismarck and the other guy's Napoleon III. You can't do that. Like, you have to be consensual about it. Drakengard! Yeah, I finally got Drakengard 3. I never owned that one either. Which means I also never played Drakengard 3. Which, kind of a sin on my part, not gonna lie. I need to lower my risk more, don't I? I need to lower it several times. I'm gonna have to go all the way. I have to. I own the first 2, never tried 3. I finally got my complete collection. So a while back, I had a PlayStation 2 collection before, and my dad sold it when I was still in the Netherlands. I had a PAL. It's cheaper to collect in PAL, ironically, but I had one, and my dad sold it because he thought he was helping me. So I had to rebuild my entire collection, which is much more expensive in North America. And I didn't have Drakengard for a really long time, and then actually Landar found a copy for me and sent it over. So I have the first Drakengard thanks to Landar specifically. And then I found Drakengard 2 very cheaply. Drakengard 3 I found as well, because PlayStation 3 games are weirdly, maybe not that weirdly, they're easier to find. I think there's not that many people who collect PlayStation 3, but there's a few games on PlayStation 3 that I really do want to play. I bought, I think it's Fabled, that I really want to play as well. I probably want to stream that at some point. Well, I'll have to set up my PlayStation 3. Probably after I'm done with the current retro list, I'll probably set up my PlayStation 3 and just go through the PlayStation 3 games I wanted to play. I used to work at a video game mom and pop stores. I was able to snag a lot of retro games and they weren't nearly as retro. Yeah, a lot of our collection is also from older buys. They got way, way more expensive during lockdown, unfortunately. This is crazy because it's already expensive over here, right? But Rule of Rose, I think it was Rule of Rose. I want to say it's Rule of Rose. I might be wrong, might be a different one, but I think it was Rule of Rose where they found in the UK an entire storage full of Rule of Rose copies. And it crashed the price of Rule of Rose in PAL versions. I wish that would happen in North America. I'm just saying. There aren't too many games I would consider classic on anything past PlayStation 2. No, I feel like, well... Well... I feel like there's a few... Did I misremember where this was? I guess exclusives. PlayStation 3 only games. Which is a longer list than you would expect, actually. Weirdly. Twisted Metal was a PlayStation 3 only game? Really? Yakuza Dead Souls I wanted to play. Yakuza Dead Souls is a PlayStation 3 game. I haven't found that one yet. I do want to play that one. Wait, stop. Metal Gear Solid 4 is a PlayStation 3 exclusive? Oh, there's a lot of Gundam games on it, actually. Demon Souls was also an exclusive. I would consider that a classic. Just purely for what it started. Yeah, it's PlayStation 3 only. Weird. Did not actually expect that. Siren Blood Curse. That's one that's been on my radar as well. I want to start playing Siren. Interesting that the Kill Zones 2 and 3 were also exclusives, but I barely heard about those. Which is kind of interesting. So were those the only ones? I think those were the only ones. Oh, no! Heavenly Sword. Heavenly Sword, that's one that I wanted to play. That's the one. I remember looking at that one, hearing it was PlayStation 3 exclusive, and I was very upset because I thought it looked incredible. The UK tabloids had a moral panic over Rule of Rose that was withdrawn from sale. Didn't everyone have a moral panic about it? Because they don't know how to appreciate art. Never been ported to another system, not even PC. See, when I start my Metal Gear Solid playthrough, because I've also never played Metal Gear, I gotta play that one on PlayStation 3, obviously. PlayStation 3 is weirdly difficult to emulate. Love me some Gundam, but on PlayStation 3 it was mostly Dynasty Warrior ones. Oh, interesting. Okay. Do you want to see my Gundam cards? Did I show you guys? I showed on Discord. We pulled some Gundam packs. And I was so happy because I got 2 cards that I really want. First of all, I showed this one already. I got the gays. I love them. But I got my favorite one. I pulled a singular Death Scythe. I fucking love Death Scythe. I pulled one. There is a rare Death Scythe in the set as well, but I actually love the art on this one better. Also, I got a hollow resource, and I actually love this one too. I love the art on this one. It's fucking fantastic. It is Duo! You are Deathwing Duo! Duo, the pilot of Deathwing! Stop it. Incredible. There's some really cool art on these, honestly. Some of them. Anyway. Although the Gundam cards, I don't know if anyone else has had this problem, but the foils for Gundam cards warp really badly. I don't know why. Probably Bandai. My favorite consoles are SNES, PS1, 2, and DS. DS is surprising, actually. Heavenly Sword was pretty sweet. Did you play it, Noob? Did you like it? It's probably because of the power of the cell processor being so hard to program for. I'm surprised that it still hasn't really been cracked, because I know that Ronnie was trying to play Drakengard on emulator at one point, and it did not run well. At all. I mean, look at my copy. Got it for super cheap just before I got COVID? Wait, really? Wait, Heavenly Sword or which one? Big cool robots! Big cool robots. Gundam packs are sold out everywhere here. We came into the store, it's a specific card store. And they had just gotten their packs in. And we asked them if they could take some out of a box, because they were gonna only sell boxes. We're like, could you take a few out so we can buy some single packs? Because they're expensive. They're too expensive. Holy. No idea what any of this means, but I'm happy for you. Thank you. Love Duo Maxwell, but more of a heavy arms guy, especially for Endless Waltz. Comfy double Gatling guns. I think I veer towards Duo because, one, because of Duo, because he was such like a kind of like a heart of the party kind of guy, but also I was very edgy. And come on, Death Scythe. He has a fucking scythe. I couldn't not. Main reason, really. Foil Curl has been an issue with Magic the Gathering for a long time. See, but my Magic cards do not nearly have that issue. These? No, but like, actually, like this was literally day one. They immediately warped. Like 10 minutes after taking them out of the pack. I swear they were warped inside. Been a long time since I played Heavenly Sword, but I remember it being pretty decent. Yeah, I want to play it. Now I have another. I'm going to take that as an endorsement. My Gundam cards with the Baldur's Gate Magic the Gathering cards. They have them with Baldur's Gate, really? I have the same bending issue with several cards. Are they just making them cheaper every time? My old Magic cards don't really have that issue. Although I do also sleeve those pretty quickly. Know nothing about Gundam, but I know my husband loves heavy arms and he has good takes, so it's cool. Did I pull a heavy arms? I don't think I did. I got like a ridiculous amount of char though, for some reason. Like an actual title card. I got so many chars. No, I did. I got one. It's the uncommon version though. Why won't you? Oh. They don't like to focus. I have to focus otherwise. Sorry. It was so funny. I got like an entire pack and there were like 3 versions of Char in there, and I was like, okay, I guess. Has to do with humidity. It's because the material of the card and the material that makes it foil absorb different amounts of ambient water vapor. Oh, I did not actually know that. Seem to have resolved it with the Final Fantasy and newer main sets. Yeah, my Final Fantasy cards are completely fine. Although I haven't really bought anything except that Final Fantasy set for a while. We went to a draft for that. Put it in a Discord for you? Oh, let me have a look. Oh! Oh, it's a platinum. Okay, I'm gonna sound like such a, I don't know, elitist, picky bitch. I don't want best of collections in my collection. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't want red label discs. I'm so sorry. Because they fuck with my look. Like, my entire series has to be black. It has to be black label. Because otherwise, it'll look fucked up in my collection. Because there's just gonna be like a red all of a sudden. I know that's so picky bitch behavior, but I'm sorry. I don't want them. At one point, I still haven't found a good copy of Prince of Persia: Sands of Time. And I thought I found one. I picked up the box. It was a black label box. I opened the box. Fucking red labels disc inside of the box. They almost got me. I was so annoyed. Gatling guns for Booba. Char char char? Char! Oh, I want the Charmander card too, actually. That Charmander card with Charmander pressed against the window. I love that card. Really hard to find. I haven't bought any kind of cards in a while. We don't really buy very often because, well, Wizards of Coast, you know, Wizards of Coast. For every reason ever. But, we wanted to pull a little bit of Gundam, and that's Bandai. We also don't like Bandai, but we hadn't had any of these in forever. Greatest hits are the worst, they are. You said that before? Game is game. It's so fair. I will be picky bitch about it. I go to game trades and game swaps a lot, so I can like check what's in the box. Still grab a copy of the game, but keep looking for a black label. Like, I don't even grab the copy. I don't even do it. I will keep looking. I will keep looking. There's only a few that I still really want. Like Prince of Persia and Sands of Time is one of them. I have the other two. But, I think I'm almost done with collecting the things that I actually want. Except for like the really expensive ones. Like Rule of Rose. Rule of Rose is dumb expensive. Oh, sorry. I was gonna attack you, but now he's just like spam healing. How many items does this man have? Because I think he just healed for like 150. If all you and your friends plan on doing is playing amongst yourselves, just print out the cards. No, we like pulling. I'm gonna be fully honest. We barely play them anymore. We used to play more, but we just like pulling. We like opening the pack and going, oh my god! Like, we opened it because some of Nick's friends are on Discord as well, and like whenever anybody buys packs, we'll go on Discord, go on cam, and open packs together, so like people can look. And I opened the Death Scythe. I was the one with the Death Scythe pack. I opened it and I was like, oh my god! I was really excited. I like that. I like that, doing that every once in a while. Not often, but I like doing it as well. Didn't buy Pokemon Sapphire for 70 bucks and then it turned out to be a super glitchy copy. Oh god, I hate that for you, Stig. I don't buy off eBay anymore. I got fucked with that. With a Final Fantasy VIII copy, actually. I feel so dumb. No, you're not dumb. People are dicks. Hope it still runs. My old copy of Beyond Good and Evil. Then you played? Oh, Upplayed? It's not working anymore. Oh no. Wait, so that doesn't run anymore. Really want to play Rule of Rose this year? I streamed it, I think. It definitely has like its issues, but honestly, Noob, I think you will enjoy it. I think you will appreciate it a lot. For the story of anything, and it's also just like... I really like Rule of Rose. Despite its flaws. A lot of them are also there on purpose. A lot of the flaws in Rule of Rose are there on purpose. No! I knew that was gonna be fast. I knew it. I pressed and I knew it. I think I ate one of his heals already now, though. I definitely did. Come on! No, don't attack. Okay. My agility at least makes me a little bit faster here. Kind of really want to do a retro season again like I did last year. Oh, what season are you picking? And do you need recommendations? Because I've played through a lot of retro now at this point. Like stuff you haven't played yet. Just harvested pears? That does sound delicious. Oh, that was way too fast. Yeah, that was way too fast. Oh, wait, are you dead? Oh, shit, you're dead! Stop it! Yield! Yeah, you better. October, November. Oh, wait, no spooky games in October? Or are you gonna do spooky retro games? Which kind of box was the Gundam one? I see Iron, Bloom, Dual Impact, Clan UT, New Type Rising, Zeon's Rush. Ooh, I'd have to check. I'm actually not sure. It probably will tell me somewhere. Do you? Do you tell me somewhere? You don't tell me somewhere. Fucked up. Fucked up. I actually don't know. I can check it for you, I'm sure. New Type Rising. It was New Type Rising. Rule of Rose, Kudelka, Fatal Frame, Siren. Oh, okay. Then yeah, okay, then it makes sense. There's a few then I won't be able to watch, but I would love to see you play Kudelka specifically. I fucking love Kudelka. Kudelka, okay, again, all of them I feel have like little quirks that make the game sometimes a little bit clunky to play, but I think it kind of adds to the charm. Yeah, spooky retro. I think that'd be fun. Siren 2. Yeah, I've never played Siren, but that one's on my list as well. There's a few games, like spooky games, that I would also recommend. Project Zero in my regions. Yeah, no, exactly. Exactly, Stig. That's why we were like, no, let me just do some packs instead. Because it was way too expensive otherwise. 100%. But I don't think we've bought a box ever. And, well, at least they're not Magic the Gathering. Because Magic the Gathering, if you see their collector's boxes, they're like $1,000 or something. How many packs in a box? I think you only got like 1 pack extra if you bought the box over just singles. So it's not even worth it in that sense. Still looking forward to someday Suda 51 season. Yeah, the Suda 51 season is happening at some point too. I'm looking forward to Killer 7 especially. That's not a bulk discount. It really isn't. Like barely, yeah. A shame your skill in the killing arts did not go the way of your memory. Oh, I'm not sorry. What killing arts? You really don't remember? I should give the VKP more credit. For wiping my memory? We were in the same unit, you and I. What unit? You mean in the Kingsguard? Probably not the Kingsguard. The Kingsguard? He's like, what did they tell you? 24 packs in a box, yeah. More VKP lies, I'm afraid. That summer day. That warm summer day, I was there with you. Alright, hold on. Let me snooze the ads. Don't want to interrupt a cutscene. It's because the Pokemon scalpers have shifted their gaze over it, literally. So who's the man we actually killed? Well done, Commandant. Both right through the heart. What? They're just peasants. Wait, was there no child? Their luck ran ill is all. All witnesses to our operations must be dealt with. It is our code. They were wrong to picnic here. They were wrong to picnic here is a wild sentence. You are the hand of justice. We are the hand of justice. It is for the good of the realm. A few sacrifices is nothing. A few sacrifices? You tell me why these people had to die. Why we had to kill them. They were innocents. Is it not our charge to protect these very souls? What has come over you? You sound the addle-pated preacher. Wait, why did I... Huh? Commandant! What is wrong? Why did I faint? At the sight of blood, I hope not. Hi, Mike! Hello! The risk breakers may be the wards of the law now, but it was not always so. We were always champions of justice, true, but a justice that served the state alone. We were above the law.
We assassinated political enemies of Parliament and sent sharp steel to bloody the civil wars of our neighbours. To the people, we were the knights of law and order. To our enemies, we were the Parliament's hatchet men. Oh. Oops. You were a commandant, one of the best. If only our sense of justice was not so keen. The VKP was not about to lose one of their best without a fight. And you, myself, I was picked up by the VKP like you. I learned about Leamond when I was sent to the spy on Mullenkamp, and I made some friends. Cardinal's men, or Mullenkamp. Both. You weren't the only one unhappy with the old killing teams. Threats, burglary, murder. We were no different than common ruffians. They prey on people, we on nations. There were others that tried to forget. Some went mad, others took their own lives. Not I, however. I will use them as they used me. You know... Oh, wait. Oh, that's still him. You know them, eh? Privileged, ruling from their satin couches. Born with silver spoons in their mouths, or shrewd moneyers standing on the backs of the poor. But the pawns have seen the game board for what it is. Now there is only one thing left. Leamond. The Blades, the VKP, they all want the power it holds. Correct. And dear Sydney holds the only key. I cannot fathom what his intentions are in using you as a vessel for the dark. Regardless, his time is nigh. And the Blades will do your dirty work. Those pious fools have been long steeped in filth.
I mean, that guy also just wants immortality. True. Still true. See, I don't know what Mix It Up is doing. I don't know why it's cutting off alerts. Like, midway? It didn't do that at the start of stream. But it's doing it now, and I have no idea what happened there. I have to talk, Septic. My alerts are getting cut off. Apparently for Pokemon cards, getting cards slabbed, graded is huge. Even if it's only a $20 cards, but the scalpers don't realize that for the most part, the value of a Magic card is based on its playability, not its collectability. So no one cares that you slabbed a $20 MTG card. It might actually decrease its value since it's no longer playable. Ouch! I feel like also, when you grade a Pokemon card, you're gonna resell it, I assume. And I'm just not a reseller. I'm just not a reseller. I have a Charizard. I have a first edition holographic base set Charizard. I'm not getting it graded. I just like my little pieces of cardboard. They are cute. I like how they look. That is the value I put in them. I never even played Pokemon as a set. It's just cute. I will not yield so easily next we meet. You are a poor loser, Rosencrantz. Okay, I know he says that he's like a bad loser, as in like you don't lose well, but I am gonna read this as him being the best guy around, despite the people he murdered. I'm gonna read it as him calling him poor and a loser, because I think that's funnier. Noob! Thank you so much for subbing for 6 months in advance. Thank you so much. Welcome back. And no emotes. You got retirement money? No, it's a Dutch one. It's worth like what, 1,000 I think, or something like that. Generally, the MTG you would only get a card graded if it's worth more than a certain amount. Well, it's interesting, right? Because I watched MTG channels before, and they would have like an entire binder full of Black Lotuses. But they were also not graded. It's a near perfect example of the card. My Charizard is actually near mint. Ew, gross. I told the people at the card shop and they were very interested. I'll have you know. But you have a good lurk. Say what you will. Okay, I said you were a poor loser. I'll say it again. Lying to ourselves, believing our own lies. Put that sword away, sir. Okay. Jinzee, stop it. No more hiccups. No, it's still called Charizard. It's not German. Germans change the names of the cards. Like Schlop. That's Licky Tongue. I will take a break real quick and grab some new water. Water. Get yourself hydrated. I'll be right back. Okay, hello. Sorry, Lily needed attention. I don't know if you can see her. You can see her face. Right there. Hey, getting candy. Yeah. She likes the table a lot. She loves table. Now me opening this will probably attract Arwen as well. Especially me throwing it on the floor. She's eating it. She got much better with that. I have to be very mellow about how I talk when she's here. So I don't freak her out. Okay. Yeah. Straight up licking the floor. It's a hard candy as well. You're welcome back. Oh, you guys are comparing cards now? Card sizes. Somewhere I should have some old ass Ice Age MTG cards in terrible shape. We pulled 3 Okkos at one point and then didn't sell them. Those things crashed hard after they got completely errated. One MTG card that's expensive, that's 150-ish, and honestly that's probably because it's from the Arabian Nights sets that will never get reprinted. Oh, it's MTG, you never say never. I get red! Of course, hugs. Not much of value in Ice Age from what I remember. I'm sure there's a few valuable cards I'm not thinking of. And yeah, there's a lot of Hamlet names in here, Snuggle. There's a lot of Hamlet names. I don't do card games, so I'm just a super observer. I played Magic the Gathering Arena a lot, so the online version. I played that one a lot. But most of the times, like the Pokemon cards, I literally just collected because I liked how they looked. And that's it. That's the only reason. I had no other reasons. He didn't even drop any loot, did he? He just ran off. It's kind of rude. Wait, so when, what's the other side? What's the... Huh? What about that other door, then? Can I open this one now? No. Wait, so then... But this goes out again. Wait. Hold on. Okay, yeah, so that is a different place. But I feel like maybe I do need to go into the dungeons. It's kind of starting to feel that way. Nope. I think I have to. If even just for my own brain, I think I need to. Maybe it'll allow me to unlock the glyphs. Maybe I'll get like really powerful gear. It's my problem with card games. I buy packs because I love the art on the cards, because it's fun to open, but then I put them in a binder and never look at them again. Is it really worth spending money on that? Yes. If you had a good time. If that was enjoyable to you. That's kind of the thing, right? Like, anything is only worth as much as the enjoyment you gain out of it. There's things people spend money on that I would never spend money on, because I'm like, why would you do that? That's boring and not cool. But that's on me. For me, it's not worth it. That doesn't mean it's not worth it for everyone. Oh, these are pretty low chances. All right. Now this does no damage because I never actually hit the first time. No, there's no point. There's no point. I need to hit the first one. Thank you. You have way too much health. Excuse me?
That's way too much health on like a small monster. That does not feel good. I really did get into it. I really did get into it. Get into card games when they're in games? Inscription, Gwent? Yes. I love them in games as well. Absolutely. I also get when some people just really do not care about it at all. I get that too. It's just, it's really for me. It's for the girls. Alright. Is this a better angle, maybe? It's my logic sometimes too. Why go to a nice dinner and spend at least $60 for 2 of us when I can buy Lego instead and eat ramen? And I also like going out for dinner. I like that a lot. I think that's like, experiences are worth something to me. Like, for the same reason that I would never buy, like, I don't know, I don't care about having a really fancy car. There's people who really love, like, tinkering with their cars, having really fancy cars. I wouldn't spend my money on that. It's like, why would you do that? You just need the car to go from A to B, right? Isn't that a waste of money? But it's like, it's for you. It's a personal thing. I did not buy that collector's edition of Gwent. It was going to be close to $300 with shipping. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, I also did not buy it. I have no interests. I already have the set. I hate eating at restaurants, so I save money on that. So I like it. Depends on the restaurant as well, but there's also a lot of takeout we like. A lot of our favorite places are just like takeout, so. But no, I like going out for dinner. If all else fails, eat the Lego! For legal reasons, this is a joke. Unless? Wait, now this doesn't do any damage though. I gotta hit you. I gotta hit you. Oh, that's a miss again. Numbing hook. Is that magic? Okay, that is numbness. Don't love that. I don't have anti-numbness yet as a... But I do have it as an item. I don't have it as a spell yet. I have a lot of anti-numbness, I think. Unless it's something else I'm thinking about. It is? Oh, I have wait. Is paralysis numbness? No, it's not the same. Oh, I don't have as many as I thought. Oh, no. Unfortunate. I kind of need a spell for that, don't I? Okay, so what were the spells that I did get? Because I got some. Oh, the gnome one. Magic ward? Okay, that might not be bad to cast right now. Probably really expensive. How expensive? Wait, was that one? I don't think they're free when you cast them from the book. But that's good though. It was really nice with the full wood board and tarot size cards, but it would just collect dust. Yeah, that's another thing, right? That's another thing. Like, are you actually going to be using it at all? Wait, why did this up? Okay, let me lower my risk. I don't think I want to risk... Haha, risk, get it? I want to risk it in this case. Even though I am running lower on risk now. Dining out money is in the same budget line as the fun money. Oh yeah, for us too. For us too. I'm like, I can make a sandwich and be fine. Yeah, like... For this month and the next 2 months, I've already used all my fun money on doing like September Twitch subs. And it's like, I watch streams basically all of the time. Whereas if I were to tell someone who doesn't watch Twitch that I do this, they'd be like, oh, but why? But then in that same breath, they are spending money on like 5 different streaming services, which like, they're the same thing. They're basically the same thing. They're close to the same thing. It's just that I prefer to watch people and you prefer to watch shows, which I pirate instead. And what? Oh shit. Streaming services, and that they forget about that too. But that's why they always want you to get like a trial, right? Where like every time you get a trial with anything, they're like, okay, yeah, here, start your trial, but also put your credit card on file because they are banking on people just forgetting about it. That's it. That's it. And I hate that for everyone. No, I have to hit. Because now it's a 0. I have to hit. Nope, I have to hit.
that? Okay, well that one won't hit now though, right? It's because I have the spell thing. What? Mama, this is garbage. Oh, fucking numbness. Jeffer, thank you for the monthly. I appreciate that. Thank you for being on my Ko-fi as a monthly subscriber and watching my silly little videos. I pay for all streaming services and I don't use them. They're for my family. They better say thank you every fucking day. Every fucking day. Put a reminder on your phone to cancel a trial. That's how I do it too. I did that with Discord a few times. Trial immediately gets canceled. Give me my free month and shut up. Yeah. Should I some random subscription? I don't care about that. I forgot somewhere. See, that's why you have to check your cards. Check your credit cards. Get a $10 preloaded Visa card or something and use that. Nah, I literally do. I set alarms. Because you're not getting my money. I like eating at restaurants just like I like going to movie theaters. But both of those things are inconvenient and expensive. So it's easy to just not do it unless I'm specifically doing them with someone. Yeah, it's definitely something I would enjoy more with other people. Son of a... Thank you. Oh, I can't chain because I'm fucking numb! Oh, I hate numbness. I finally got a hit in. Okay. Can I ensorcerell you somehow? I'm sorry. It does how much? Okay, let me remove my risk because we're not missing that one. We are not missing that one. I go to the movies all the time solo. It's one of my single old man pleasures. See, as long as you're having a good time. Again, as long as you're having a good time. 70%. I want the highest one. Let me blast your wings off. Thank you for not missing. I do really appreciate that. Yeah, you better be dead. Oh, and they did give me 3 Vera bulbs. Okay, that's really useful. That's really useful. And numbness cures. Oh, well, that's okay. I just used my mana anyway. Oh, and also, that doesn't work on me. But I do need to remove the numbness because that's not going very well for me right now. I hope he also drops an anti-numbness. Okay, I do want to punch this one. 69, very nice. Okay, I don't know what you are. I don't know what you do. We're gonna find out. Explosion level 2. Ah. That might kill me right now. Oh, it will. Thankfully, I am not an idiot and I save a lot. I've learned. I wouldn't have a problem doing that, but then I look at the prices and I think about driving there and think about whether it's crowded and motivation gone and people that you have to be next to. Yeah. If you can swing a matinee showing of a movie, they're usually cheaper. They had at least at ours, they had $5 nights for a while. It was like a month where they had $5 only, which that was very worth it. 1 full day left here. I'm already getting sad about leaving. Aw, but I hope you got to do a lot of cool stuff. Maybe you're becoming dad too. Most of my family appreciates it. My one nephew tried to hack me once when I forgot to update the card on file. Okay, so your nephew is not allowed to watch anymore. What the fuck? Tinel, I want to adopt you. Come outside of my wall and into my family. Because, fucking hell. I've already adopted Otter. What's one more? One big happy family. Oh, I'm gonna hit your body. I am gonna hit that body. Phrasing, Jinzee. Oh. Fast, Jinzee. Oh wait, that's gonna kill me again, isn't it? Is it? Yeah, it's, oh yeah. Oh, definitely. Ooh. Like, that explosion is, like, large. Oh, I should probably do a save after I remove the numbness. Okay. You can only cast when you're next to me, though, which is interesting. I don't know why that's a thing. You are a phantom. Should I use something phantomy?
Oh wait, I can't, can I? I have to do it through here. Do I have a phantom weapon? -3, yeah, that's not great. Tyndall is my best phantom weapon. Let's see if that's any better. Oh, for goodness sakes. I should heal. I just realized I should heal. I do this every time. Yeah, we'll drink to that. At the theater I go to, they have VIP sets that are usually 2 seats with privacy walls around them. And tables and heated recliners. Yo, that's so fancy. Buy one of those and 99% of the time, no one wants to buy the other seat. So I get them both for the price of one. I mean, why would you buy, like, imagine if someone did buy the other seat, Gulo, and you're like, okay, well, we're on a date now, I guess. I guess we're dating. I'll only sit in them. They sound really fancy. Wait, are you also good against the darkness, though? Hold up. Yeah, a little bit. Evil. You are. Okay. Just making sure. VIP seats with privacy walls sounds like a place that teenagers would misbehave in. What? No. Oh, why is it 0? Okay, 100% hit chance, though. Which is kind of great. It's probably because there's no PP. I need to get the PP back. This is still better, no matter what. No! Okay, that won't kill me now, though, right? Oh, why is... What the fuck? Huh? It one-shots me anyway! What? Did I lose my defenses on fire? Is that why? Affinity. Minus fire. No! It's even better on this one. Why did it do so much more damage? You must have crits. You must have crits. It does happen for like big Marvel movies and such when the place sells out, but it's not a big deal then because you're sitting next to someone regardless then. True, but I guess I would personally never go when a big movie just releases either. I think that would bother me more. A small video of them? Of like the chairs? What do they look like? Oh my god, it's literally just like an ad. What do they look like? Go on. Okay, so like you're still like next to people then. I thought you were like in a booth or something. But they're just like they're just a chair still in the area. Those are so nice though. What the fuck? These are really okay, these are really nice. I don't think our theaters have them anywhere. Yeah, I thought it was like, cause like a theater in the Netherlands that I went to every once in a while, they had like actual like closed off booths where you couldn't even see other people really. Yeah, comfy chairs with sneeze guards. They still look super comfy though. Remember I got kidnapped by friends and brought to 50 Shades on Valentine's Day? I'm so sorry to hear that. That movie was not very good. Amount of handjobs given in those seats? Yeah, the ones where you can't see anybody though. I feel like the ones where everyone can still see you maybe less so. Potentially. Although never say never. No, you're just gonna kill me again now. Oh my god, how do I deal with you? How do I deal with this man? I don't know how to deal with this man. Can I... Oh! I should try to break his face. Yes, of course. Of course, I should try to break his face. What am I thinking? What are you doing if you're not breaking someone's face? Give me your head. Not like that. That does no damage. Oh, you're just... Okay, well, that also works. Mandrake Sigil. Okay, this is where you get them.
Unseals a door in Town Center South. And exorcism. Exorcise undead foes? Excuse me? The door has been unlocked. Okay, wait though. So, you are locked. T-Rose Sigil. I feel like I should start writing this down. Gotta remember the T-Rose Sigil. Actually, I am gonna write this down because last time I got way too lost trying to figure out where the next part was. I have so many maps in here. Here, we'll put it right above the map for the forest, which was, by the way, very on point. T-Rose Sigil. Behind Phantom Room. We are not making that mistake again. If you're going to fool around in the movie theater, go in the back corner of the theater, like all of the other civilized people. 50 Shades fans with weird ideas around consent? Literally. Oh, I hate that you're right. Okay, Ephemeral's at 41 at least. That's good. And you're better against undead specifically, so I will still keep using you. It is, honestly, Ranger. That place? Never again. Okay, so now I have a door. Yes. And I have the Mandrake Sigil. Sorry. Which one of you is a Mandrake Sigil? Also, I'm going to heal. Also, I'm going to learn some spells while I'm at it. 50 Shades is a bad depiction of kink and that shit ain't normal. Literally. Literally. I don't know, like people... I'm sad that people think that. I'm sad that people think that. I do. Oh, I have to have a target. Okay. But for this one, I don't. Let me fuse with the soil real quick. They didn't tell me what we were going to see until we were at McDonald's and I couldn't leave. They needed me because they were all underage. Yeah, that checks out. That, unfortunately, checks out. God, could they at least have tried to get into a good movie, though? Would that have been too much to ask? What about you? Are you Mandrake? Shira? What about you? Marigold? Azealia? Wait, but then we're out of rooms. That means that I will probably need one in here somewhere. Oh, then it's good that I went here. To begin with. I was 18 and they were 17. And already terrible taste in movies. Could've just asked you to get them tickets. Also that. Also that. Now they're gonna think that that's how kink works. I hate that for them. This one is still so slow and hard to deal with. You're not dead yet? Stop it. You will be. I'm gonna say. There, you're not a human, or you are. But you probably want something else in terms of edge. Not that it matters if I chain properly. And I don't. But that's beside the point. I got tricked into screening one of the Twilight movies when I worked at the theater. Played on my Vita the whole time. Oh god, I would have been very annoyed with you if I wasn't that movie. I assume they didn't have IDs. I don't know, maybe you need to be literally 18. I don't know how old you would need to be for a movie like that. 16? Oh, don't do that. Oh, but I should do that. Good call, dude. Me too. Yeah, same. Let me also Prostasia. I could actually also unprostasia you. Not friends really with any of them anymore? They weren't real friends. They made you watch 50 Shades. Friends don't let friends watch 50 Shades. Would have been rated R, so need to be 17. Ah, gotcha. Well, then they also lied. Damn. No wonder you're not friends with them anymore. Okay, now we do way more damage. I feel like maybe we should always do this to people. Ruin everyone's equipment. Oh, fuck. Oh, and now you're healing? This man does not want to live because heal's not going to save you here. 17! Incredible. Yeah, that's not even one hit, buddy. Hold up. I need a different hit. That one was terrible. Thank you. Oh, and you're dead. From what very little I know of the Grey movies, they are movies about a toxic relationships. 50 Shades of Grey is a sheltered woman's idea of what a kink relationship is. And by sheltered, I truly mean someone who has never been in a kink relationship. Ever. Nor wants to learn about it, really. Like, it's the very standard idea that people have who have not been in kink relationships. Who are like, oh, it's just like hurting each other, right? Like, I don't even care. Like, dark romance, fine. Dark romance is totally fine. But then don't go around telling people that it's like, this is how it is. It's not. This is not how it is. This ain't how it is. This will never be how it is. The other 50 Shades is a repressed Mormon lady. Yeah, they don't want to learn. Like, all you have to do is ask. Most people in the kink community are happy to tell you. Like, explain how things work. If it was rated any higher, then no theater would have screened it. Oh, true. If it's rated any higher, then it would just be porn. Screening means I had to watch it before the first showing to make sure it runs fine. Oh. Oh, so you actually have to do it for your job. Ew. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, that's a one-handed one. We're getting more Haganes now. That's good. Okay. Okay. Well, we haven't been in this part at all. Let's go right first. 50 Shades started out as Twilight fanfic about the weird power imbalance in the books. Yeah, it did. And then I think she got sued for that. For trying to sell it as that. And then she just changed the names. Okay, someone is gonna have to die. Fun! Too fast. Are you dead anyway? You're not, but you will be. Thank you so much. Quad shields. I don't care about that one very much, but fair. Wait, I probably can't hit you because you're behind a door. Or a wall. Jinzee, that's a wall. Babe. Oh my god. I'm actually doing damage, y'all. Incredible. I say as I start missing. Oh, that's better. Okay, gauntlet. Alright, alright, alright. I might actually use that one. So they tricked me with more hours. Oh, okay. I agreed to it before figuring out why they wanted me in early, hence bringing my feet up with me. Well, to be fair, I mean... That's not a terrible way to make your money, right? Watching a movie you don't like. What's in the house? Ah! That's in the house. Oh, suspicious? What about the rest of the town? Bound by magic? Oh, I can fix that.
Oh, not with you, though. No, not with you. The other one. This one. Human enemies are tough. I have a human killer now. Absolutely demolishes them. Also books that start off a fanfic. I don't think... I say this as a fanfic reader. Someone who enjoys fanfic. Pretty much every single book that I've seen come out of fanfic, and then for some reason also turned into a movie, has been bad. Has just been badly written. And I don't say that as like, oh, I don't want to see sex or, like, again, dark romance. That's totally fine. It's like, these people don't edit their entire fanfic. Like, they will take the fanfic, put it in a book, print it, ship it. Like, send the fanfic to an editor first, okay? I don't want to, like, some of them, they'll write things like this. Like sentences like this. That's a fanfic sentence, because what's with the ellipses? What's with the what? Like, why? What? Edit it, please. Just send it to an editor, man. Just fucking send it to an editor. I swear to God, even if you think your book is perfect, I swear an editor will find something. We'll find something. And sometimes there's just like straight up spelling mistakes. Like, got to screen some really good ones that were better than I expected, and then there was the Watchman. Yeah. What? Every author needs an editor. Shipping is both the first and last step in many cases. Duke. We love editors. And your beta readers are not editors. Literally that. I wish I could scream at these people. I could shake them. Damn. Because I feel like a lot of it could be good. It could be good if you edited it. Oh, okay. Does silence actually hit, though? Does it actually hit? Probably not. Hey, but this is just like a... Oh, I could sleep. I could go and have a sleep here. Is this actually where I'm supposed to go? Oh, Jesus. Well, that's downstairs. Good jump. Bad jump. Oh God, you're gonna make me do it every time? Okay. Okay, well that was a better jump than last time at least. Okay. I've seen spelling mistakes in books from huge authors who have editors. Shit happens sometimes. Yeah, but not constantly. I'm assuming not like constant mistakes. Oh, nope. The wall's still in the way. Hey, coming up. Psst, psst, psst. Coming up. Psst, psst, psst. Psst, psst, psst. No? Maybe? Does this guy not know how to jump? How about now? Come on. Do another one. You ever get absolutely demolished midair? Like you don't even get a chance to land? Although you blocking midair? Very cool. Very cool. That is... I respect that. I do respect that. Jeez. I'll do it again. Alright, well, we're in town again. Somehow. Had too many beta readers who couldn't understand this. Just one, actually, but it's still too many. One too many. Oh. Shortcuts? Why are you locked? Does not open from this side. They came from here, so you are the door I think you are, right? No, you're not. Because the bells are ringing. Oop. Wait, where the fuck is this then?
That's the root inverse. I've seen that before. Wait, so okay. Hold up. Wait. Wait. Hold. You're back already. Shut the fuck up. I want to go through here too. Guess I'll have to kill you again. I'm just demolishing the entire core at this point. They're gonna have no one left. Everyone will be dead. I won't even be using any of these. I wonder if you wouldn't have had this sword if you'd killed the guy before destroying the armor. I actually wonder. That would make me so sad. Oh. This one's not opening. Yes, I can tell. On account of it being closed. Okay, so I guess we can really only go here then. I'm wondering if I missed some stuff. I probably did. I'm assuming I can go back there at some point. Would make no sense not to. Hey guy. Oh, I can use my new ability. Let's see what my new ability does. How much time do I have left? I have some time left. This door seems closed because of the way it is. Truly. Like it's usually a dead giveaway, I will be honest. Exorcism. Oh, and a silence one too. Well, let's try this one first. Yeah? 0% chance to hit? Why? Do I just not know how to hit people? Yeah, apparently. Okay, well I guess we'll just learn the ability. And then kill this guy. This is not my undead sword though. It doesn't seem to be that bad though. Let me find my undead sword. I must have one. Unless this one is also my undead sword. Oh, it is, isn't it? Yeah, it's the highest one I have. Oh, shit. It is the highest one I have. That's not great. I'll need to try to make a better one before I go too far in here. I'm assuming there will be like undead bosses or something. Slow? Your face. Why do you have so much health? Reconsider! The other guy's just coming closer every time. Thank you. Okay, let me see if I can silence this man. Did I learn something new? I did. The Greatsword Break Art Sunder! Okay, that's actually not that bad. Literally my life. What's through this door? We'll never know. I'm gonna use my iPad, but you're still streaming, and Ronaldo says it's illegal to close the app whilst you're still streaming? You want me to leave? You hate me? Fair enough. I guess I kind of already knew that. There's some terrible editors out there, though. My wife used to work for a political magazine that had to pulp the entire print run of their issue on the Kyoto Protocol, as the editor-in-chief came back from an alcohol-fueled lunch and changed all instances of Kyoto to Kyoto before finalizing the copy. Okay, but I want to say that book editors might be different from magazine editors. I feel like magazine editors also have to work faster, but also maybe they shouldn't get drunk. Maybe they should get fired. It's gonna have to get a second iPad. Oh, good call, actually. I knew there were horrible movies with horrible depictions of a relationship, but I didn't know that the after series of movies were originally a One Direction fanfic. Yup. There's a lot of them. There's an outrageous amount of them, actually. I should all know. Living the dream. And this time with lunch, not the alcohol-infused type. Enjoy your ramen. Write drunk, edit sober. There you go. And I hate editing. Can I silence this man? Oh, you're very out of range. How about now? Can I silence you? I might be able to. You are definitely a caster. Or something. Yes, you shut up. The things that Septic wishes he could do to me. Oh, that is the highest one. Alright. Son of a bitch. But now that one does no damage. I feel like maybe I should not have the chain happen that way. Oh shit, you do 71? Wait, don't do that. Did we defeat the BDSM enthusiast? Yes, we did. And then I called him a poor loser. Which doesn't mean what he thinks it means, but I'm gonna say that it does mean that. See, that was much better. Thank you. Let me find a save point somewhere. Hey, no, don't get up, buddy. Don't worry about it. And he immediately blocks. Thank you. Now the other one is my carry attack instead. I kind of wish I could have lots and lots and lots of health. Just so I could take more damage. Well, okay. Oh, this is the... Okay. Is that in range? 0... Why does it have such a low hit chance? Why is that? I don't understand magic very well. I think I'm bad at the magic part of things. Although, I could also use a break art. I could use my new break art. Affinity as weapon. Focuses energy to cut the life from foe. So this is just like, not that good. You enjoying Expedition 69? I'll wait for a better sale to get it. I think it's worth every penny. Personally, I think it is worth every penny, easily. Expedition 30... I'm about to call it 69 as well. Expedition 33 is very good. Okay, I just wanted to take some damage, really. Like a little bit. Maybe I should buff myself. The buffs don't last very long. Right on! That's probably better. That one was supposed to do the damage. Yeah, I was gonna say. Thank you, because I'm dying. That's better. Oh, damn. This Sportzel man, he cannot win. Oh. Oh, we can go out here. Unlatch the door. Wait. Ah! Okay. I see. So now we're going around. No, just die. Don't make this harder than it has to be. Thank you. Okay, now I know you're also coming at me, but let me look at the map. Yes, okay. Okay, I see. So then I can still... Okay, but then what was the point of getting the other one? Was it just to unlock? Because this would go the same way. This would go the same way around then. I have to double check this. Okay, I feel like that should be your death. Don't worry about it. Yeah, you were so close. So then this one goes to the town again. Right? Because this one was locked, I couldn't go in there. Yeah, okay. Okay. I went around. That is unfortunate. But then what is the point of this? What is the point of that? Okay, I'll have to figure that out next time. Thankfully, I can save anywhere I want. With the power of emulation. Don't let Mr. Nintendo and Sony hear that. They will start screaming again, as usual. The screaming never ends. Alright! I didn't sleep and still have a voice. How does that happen? It doesn't. It wouldn't. And yet... Sponsored pirate shooter. I was gonna find some new firekeepers to raid, but... Otter's doing a sponsored stream? Wait, why is he... Huh? Oh, his fucking router is fucking up again. His fucking router is fucking up again. Okay. I want to raid Otter, but his router is fucking up again. So, I'm hoping he'll be back sometime soon. If he does not, Otter is going to be doing a sponsored stream about a pirate game, potentially. Maybe. Let's fuck up his router some more. If he comes back in time, I can just raid him. He's having so many internet issues lately, I don't know why. His internet is literally fighting him. You didn't sleep? Oh, no, I didn't sleep for shits. But I intend to sleep tonight, instead. Actually has some interesting back issues with that posture. I think he has a hole in his back. You're very welcome for your stream, Tyndall. Stiggy, all the way to the end today, Sig. Let's fucking go. Bye, Branson. My eyes. Bye, Robertson. I will eat first, Julie. I will eat first. Let's fuck up his router some more. You're welcome for stream, dog. Thank you so much for hanging out. Bye, Wall. Bye, Bev. Bye, Mike. Bye, Duke. If I had to sleep, otherwise I will release Tyndall from the malls. Oh, wait, that's not a threat. That's not a threat. Oh,
Turn the camera on.
He's back. Okay, he's back. We're raiding Otter. Let's make sure that he is a happy man today. He deserves a good sponsored stream. We'll look for some new firekeepers next time. And you, Brushido. Thank you for hanging out. I will see you on Thursday for more Expedition 33, or if you're only here for Vagrant Story and or other retro-related shenanigans, that is on Tuesday. So it will be next week again. I hope you all sleep well, stay hydrated. Bye, Jeff. Bye, Vanta. Bye, Eyes. Bye, you guys. Pet your cat.